Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to welcome everybody to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission for December 12th. Before we get started, if everybody could turn their cell phones to silent, we'd all really appreciate that. We're going to begin the meeting by going through just a couple things for us that are housekeeping, and once we get through, we'll start the items, call them in turn. I want to make sure that for those of you that are down here for the first time, there are little white slips of paper. If you wish to be heard on an item, you can fill those out front and hand them to us, and then as we get to your item, we can call you forward when it's appropriate. With that, our first order of business is to receive the minutes for the November 14th, 2019 meeting.
Motion to receive minutes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to receive the minutes from the November 14th, 2019 meeting. Please cast your votes. 2, 4, 5, 6. The minutes are received. Next item on the agenda is continuance requests. We have a number of those. I'll let staff begin to read those, and then I think we have a couple more that'll be continued as well.
We have some uncontested requests. Item number 35, SPUD 1176, deferred to January 9th. Also, item 36, 1127, SPUD 1127, deferred to January 9th. Item B37, deferred to January 9th. Also, item 38, SPUD 1170, deferred to January 23rd. Item 39, PUD 1742, deferred to January 23rd. Item 40, SPUD 1174, defer to February 27th. We also have some new requests. Item 18, SPUD 1177, defer to January 9th. Item 31, SPUD 1168, defer to January 9th. Item 34, PUD 1744, defer to January 9th. Item 6, which is SPUD 1178, also defer to January 9th. And finally, item 16, SPUD 1172, request to defer to January 9th.
That was an awful lot of cases. Is there anyone here that wanted to be heard on any of those matters today or came to be heard on any of those matters today? Are there any other continuance requests we need to add to this list, or he got yours as well? Okay. If there's no other discussion on it, I'll take a motion to continue the items as read.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue the items as read. Please cast your votes. And those items are continued. Next item is consent docket. These are items that are included and are essentially grouped together. Essentially, there's no debate on the items. There's no objection or opposition that we're aware of. And so they're fit for inclusion on the consent docket. You want to read those items for me?
Yes. The first, item 1, is an application to rezone 10603 North Interstate I-35 Service Road from Highway Commercial to C3. Item 2 is PC 10631, an application to rezone 924 Southwest 59th Street from SPD 726 to C3. Item 3 is a final plat of Mustang Valley Villas, Section 2, which is located east of South Morgan Road and north of Southwest 29th Street. Item 4 is a final plat of Castlewood Trails, Edition 6, located east of North Sarah Road and south of Northwest 36th Street. And finally, item 5 is a final plat of Crystal Hill Estates, Section 4, located south of Southwest 44th Street and west of South County Line Road.
Is there anybody that had hoped to be heard on one of those items today? Seeing nothing from the audience, I'll take a motion.
I move to recommend approval on items 1 through 5.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the items on the consent docket, items 1 through 5. Please cast your votes. Those items are approved. First item on the agenda, given the continuous, item number 7, I believe.
Item 7 is SPD 1179, application by Jolly Bird Home Design to rezone 1709 and 1715 Northwest 11th Street from R2 to SPUD 1179.
Is the applicant present? Start off, give us your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Fallon Brooks, 1605 North Classen. This is just a application to rezone. We have two lots that are adjacent to one another with an alley running in between, a platted alley. It's not actually paved or anything. And we're just putting multiple units on one lot, and then the other lot, we're just adding a garage apartment to an existing home and a second floor to the existing home as well. So. Currently, the plan is to either vacate the alley or get a revocable permit, whatever we end up being allowed to do on that. In order to pave it to make access to the new units on the east side.
Okay.
Yep.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant on this? I don't think I have anybody that signed up to be heard on this. Is there anyone that wanted to be heard on this item today? If there's no discussion or no one wants to be heard, I'll take a motion.
I move approval of SPUD number 1179.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1179. Please cast your votes. And the application is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 8 is an application to rezone 9605 High Noon Road from R1 to PUD 1739.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This is a PUD application that would allow for the development of a multifamily project at Britton, just west of Mustang Road. This was originally scheduled to be heard November 14th. We did continue it to host a neighborhood meeting. We did host that meeting. There were approximately 6 people there. They had some specific requests, most of which we agreed to, primarily concerning the access onto, I believe this is Lonesome Dove. So what we've done is we've forced all of our access onto Britton except for making the access here an emergency access point. Additionally, we agreed to certain fencing requirements along the road here as well as Britton, and then a site-proof fence along the northern and western boundary of the PUD. Additionally, we also took out some wood as one of the predominant facade materials allowed. After the meeting, we made the changes to PUD. I emailed the changes to everybody that provided me an email address and did not hear any follow-up after that. This is recommended for approval by staff as it is in conformance with the comp plan, and staff notes within the staff report that we do establish a density range less than what could otherwise be built under the R4, and it achieves the goal of providing a multitude of different types of uses and densities within the ULI LUDA. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
You are constructing sidewalks along Britton and Lonesome Dove?
Yes.
Commissioners, other questions for the applicant? What is the current condition of Britton Road?
I'm not aware. Engineer believes it's on the list of projects to receive an overlay.
Okay. No other questions?
I would say, totally neither here nor there, but I would recommend that the trees go on the other side of the sidewalk, if possible. Small change, but always better for walkability if they're in between the curb and the sidewalk.
Yeah, we'll see.
And I see you guys have a strip of planting area. So.
Yeah, so at the time of development, we'll see if we can accomplish that.
I don't have anyone signed up to speak on this matter or be heard. Is there anyone who wanted to be heard on this matter today? If not, and there's no more discussion, I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve PUD 1739.
Second.
I have a, yeah,
What?
with the amendments that you
Oh, the amendments are already,
That's what I thought. They're already incorporated.
we submitted them to staff
Yeah.
quite some time ago.
Yes. So I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on PUD 1739. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
I know, well, that application was approved.
Item number 9 is an application to rezone 4545 North Lincoln Boulevard from I-2 and C3 to PUD 1741.
I don't know why I took the easel back. Once again, David Box, same address. This is a project that has been in the works for quite some time. We came and rezoned the original hotel tower, the Lincoln Plaza, probably 4 or 5 years ago. This project has had troubles with certain aspects of financing. It's a historic project, so that tends to take quite a bit of time. But we're now ready to move forward. So what we're seeking to do is to rezone the office building now to allow multifamily. It'll all serve as one project. There's a nuance to this in that it's now located within the Lincoln Boulevard overlay. So one of the things, perhaps the only positive thing, that the overlay did was it added some uses. So even though it's zoned I-2, a piece of this, it's actually added the multifamily use unit. So we went to the Urban Design Commission. We modified the PUD slightly to conform insofar as everything that's already constructed is meant to meet the Lincoln Boulevard overlay. And we were able to modify the PUD in a manner that satisfied them. They ultimately recommended approval of that. It really deals with what would happen in the event that the existing buildings go away. Because, again, they're there. This is a historic tax credit project. And so what it really does is affords us the opportunity to fix it, keep the parking as is to satisfy our parking counts, and move forward with the project. So there was no issues, no protest at the UDC. Staff does recommend approval. There are no technical evaluations. We'd be happy to answer any questions you have and would ask for your approval.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant? No?
I move approval of item 9.
Is there anyone here that wanted to be heard on this matter before we take the motion? Seeing none, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on PUD 1741. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
The application is approved.
Item 10 is an application to rezone 6929 Northeast 115th Street from AA to RA2.
Good
Tyler
afternoon.
Chastain, applicant 6929 Northeast 115th Street.
Go ahead and tell us about your application.
It's a simple application to rezone a 5-acre tract at the corner of 115th Street and Air Depot from agriculture to RA2 zoning.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant on this one? No? Seeing none, is there anybody that want to be heard on this matter today? The only thing I'll say before I ask for a motion is just you're aware that you're going to be required to submit a copy of a recorded private road easement.
Excuse me?
In the future, before you can get a building permit on the site, you'll have to have a private access agreement. That's a requirement. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. It's in our staff report. I just want to pass that along.
Thank you.
So, if there's no more discussion, I'll take a motion.
I move approval of item 10.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval on PC 10628. Please cast your vote. Application is approved. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Item 11 is an application to rezone 9120 and 9200 West Wilshire Boulevard from R1 to AA.
Is the applicant present? Start off by giving us your name and address for the record, please.
Jesse Martin Escobar, address 9200 West Wilshire, Yukon, Oklahoma, 73099.
Thank you. Tell us about your application.
I just wanted to rezone from R1 to AA, just for the we have horses. I've had horses for 17 years. We've been there, and just housing additions are going around, so just didn't want to have any issues in the future, so I'm wanting to rezone it.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant on this item?
Said horses? You
Yes,
just
I've-
raise horses, or, I mean, do you
I've
have,
had 2 or 3 horses just growing up, my kids. So
it's personal?
yes, just personal horses.
How long have you owned this property? You said
17 years.
17 years. You've been there a long time.
Yes.
Yep. I don't have anyone signed up to speak. Is there anyone that wanted to be heard on this item today? If there's not and there's no more discussion, I will gladly take a motion.
I move approval of item 11.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval on PC 10629. Please cast your votes. Commissioner Coffey? And the application is approved.
All right, thank you.
Item 12 is an application to rezone 217 Northeast 15th Street from R1 to R2.
Hello, my name is DeAndre Martin. I'm here with 217 Northeast 15th Street. My family's owned this property since the 1980s, and it's been a vacant lot on the street since then, and we're looking to get it rezoned from R1 single family to R2 in order to build a duplex on the vacant lot.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant on this item? I will note, just in case, make sure everybody saw it, there was an item of protest that was at your seat when you got here today that wasn't included in the packet. Make sure everybody saw that.
Yeah, I have a question. So are there any other duplexes on this street or in the immediate vicinity?
Yeah, there's an R3, I believe, on Stiles, and then I know that there's another R2 on Northeast 16th Street. And then somebody else put in the application to rezone to a Spud somewhere along the lines. We got a letter for that as well.
And just to be clear, you all did have a meeting. You all met with the neighbors too about it?
No, sir, we have not met with the neighbors, but we own 221, the house next door as well.
I do have 2 letters of protest, but I don't have anybody signed up to speak. Is there someone here that wanted to be heard on this matter today? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. I'll say, just from my standpoint, there are a few of these items in our packet today, and we're going to see a lot more of these. I think in the future we've seen some already. You know, our comprehensive plan, this is the kind of development that it's promoting, and that's what you're bringing forward. So, we had a discussion in here a couple meetings ago about this type of development. We've seen other cities struggle with it. I think it's just something to be thoughtful about as we move forward, because I think we're going to have some where there are folks here that want to be heard on them, and I think we'll have one of those later today. So if there's no discussion on this item, I will take a motion.
I move approval of item 12.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on PC 10630. Please cast your votes. And the application is approved.
All right, thank you.
Item 13 is an application to rezone 3521 Northeast 23rd Street from PUD 1558 to I-1 Light Industrial.
Reno McGuire, 3521 Northeast 23rd Street.
Go ahead and tell us about your application.
For the next 2 to 3 years, I signed a lease on a property on that property for 3 years. Right now, it's a PUD. Just looking to have it rezoned for industrial so that we can have a medical cannabis facility there. Our plans are to have it fenced in and enclosed in a building. We're only going to be there for 3 years, and then the owner plans on bringing it back to a PUD once our lease is up. So,
do we have an authorization letter on this from the owner, the property owner? That would have been required to be submitted. I'm assuming we do.
Yeah,
But since you said okay. I just want to make sure. You said you rented the property. That made me a little nervous. Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Yeah, it's just because I'm just unaware. So for for that purpose of having the medical cannabis to grow it, you said it was enclosed? So
Enclosed, it'll be inside. the
okay.
building.
Is that, and just so I'm clear, if it is we're going to I-1 or I-2?
One.
I-1, does it require that it has to be enclosed?
It doesn't require that,
Okay.
but just as respect of everybody around us and for the neighborhood. There's actually not any neighborhoods anywhere near, but just for everybody else's well-being as well.
And then is it your intention to build this enclosure to be right off of
No.
23rd Street, or will it be further back into the...
Correct. It's I got it written down, at least 800 feet from northeast 23rd Street. I got 15 acres, so we're only going to be fencing in 10,000 square feet, so not even a quarter of an acre. So, and it's at least in the middle or back third of the property, so.
Cool.
How much frontage do you have along 23rd?
There's at least like 600 feet or so. It's a pretty good distance.
Okay.
Yeah, at least 600.
Is there not a distance from a church that cannabis cannot be?
Only dispensaries. And I don't even know that there's an actual, that church right there is actually abandoned or doesn't have anybody that attends it. It's actually just, I'm guessing, an empty building. There's no parking lot or driveway into it or anything like that.
Do you expect to have trucks and stuff coming in and out of there?
Don't expect to have trucks, just regular sized vehicles.
Is there something we can put in there to appease the protester, or we just, the protest letter about 18-wheelers and, being industrial?
Yeah, I went and spoke with that gentleman, Mr. McCoy, and he said that he was mistaking my I-1 for another gentleman's. There's a street right there, it's called Ray, and he was worried about semi-trucks blocking that road for when everybody comes in and out of church. I went down and spoke with him, and he said, he told me to call and let him know that he had put 10633 and then another reference number, whichever one it was. He had mistaken, he had put both of us on one email. So he actually said he wasn't speaking about me, because I'm actually further down the street from him.
That makes more sense now then.
Yeah, and I would just say, I don't think the zoning's not going to preclude a semi-truck from, you see them at the back of Homeland all the time, right?
Right,
So
yeah.
it doesn't have any bearing on that. Any other questions for the applicant? I do have a couple people signed up to speak, so I'll call them forward at this time. Ron Summers.
My name is Ron Summers. My address is 1011 Northeast 14th Street, OKC 73117. I've been a lifelong resident of the Northeast side. I could probably move to Edmond or the west side or the south side, but I love the Northeast side. I'm born and raised there. So I noticed that this petition was trying to change to a different rezoning. I'm totally opposed to it. We're trying to form a business association for Northeast 23rd to improve the area, and I just think it wouldn't be a nice thing to do to place it on Northeast 23rd Street. I've got nothing against Mr. McGuire, who was the owner. I know business people are in business to make a profit, but I think in the best interest of the Northeast side that we should oppose this rezoning and try to do something a little bit differently.
Questions from Mr. Summers?
Yep. Ron, does it matter that their plans are to add this enclosure to the back of the property? Does that matter to you? Because I had the same thought about the improvements that we know that we want to make all along 23rd Street, obviously from Broadway all the way as far as we...
Well, Commissioner, all I see in the Northeast side now are dispensaries, liquor stores, church, and I just think we got too many things involving dispensaries or cannabinoids or marijuana, so I'm just totally against it. I think it'll affect the property values over there tremendously. And like I said, Northeast 23rd Street is like a major street in the east side of Oklahoma City, and You know, we're always striving, well, I'm always striving to try to improve the area. I'm an investor on the northeast side. I could probably invest in where I want, but I'm going to invest where I went to high school, where I grew up all my life. I want to make the east side great again, and I think we start out by doing the right thing, and that would be opposing this rezoning for Mr. McGuire.
Other questions for Mr. Summers? Thank you very much for coming down.
Sorry, Mr. McGuire, I didn't mean to run your parade there.
We've got other people to be heard. Just a moment. Mr. Warrior?
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Xenophon Warrior Jr., 5712 North Lottie Avenue, with area. You know, we just recently had our MAPS 4 that was passed, and it had a very large margin of victory for that particular area. Northeast 23rd has been designated from Northeast 23rd going east for the Capitol to over to Sooner Road, which would include this particular property as being a Northeast Renaissance area. With that, I don't feel like that section of, or any section of 23rd through there should be considered to be an industrial parkway. They have with that, with the zoning application that's done for this one, this application plus another one also, they have with that. Some research that I've done concerning growing marijuana on particular location. I do realize that the citizens of Oklahoma have passed medical marijuana as being legal. Has for that. The recreational marijuana is, of course, not legal. But my research and looking through this is some marijuana that's been put in various places in other states. There's a real big problem, major problem that not all residents have would be that the nearby cannabis farms puts off a real funky smell. It's real smell with that. Even with it is being enclosed, I think he said it's going to have some type of a greenhouse enclosure. Many times the individual growers aren't able to, or they don't spend the extra amount of money to filter and try to take care of that very strong odor that really occurs during the blooming time of the season. With that, that you have with that, there is a church that is right across the street, and I've talked with the aunt of the church, and she lives butts up to that back part of their property, north of their property, as far as Park area, and she has spoken with her particular pastor, and he was opposed to some type of development that occurring directly across the street from him. This particular land within going back down to 30th Street, as it butts up to Forest Park, it is within 1,000 feet of a school. A school is located right up there on 36 and Coltrane Road. That would have with that. Again, you have that church that is directly across the street, and there is another church that's there on the corner of Ray Avenue, 23rd and Ray Avenue, which I've spoken with that particular pastor last week, and he was opposed to any type of industrial development along that particular corridor of 23rd Street. They have with that. There are in other states such as Oregon, such as in California, such as in Colorado that I have researched. There they have a large number of complaints that the residents will be complaining about that. Have for that. Right up there at the Forest Park area on 30th Street side at the 30th and Schroeder, there is a house addition just right across the street from this land on the north side that you would have there. There are some residential development that is to the west of that particular property. There is now a developer that is planning on developing a multi-unit living on 23rd and Coltrane, which is a stone's throw away from this particular park. Now, who wants to go ahead and buy and live within within that close proximity to a cannabis marijuana farm that you have with that. That will, I think, will really have a very detrimental effect on the overall development of a particular area if this was approved with this particular area with that. And, it's my understanding that growing marijuana can be very, very profitable that you have with that. But a lot of times it is social cultivation of this particular type of medical facilities. A lot of times can be documented with a lot of violence and various types of occurrences that can be occurring around this particular type of area. It does affect the, I think, the property values of the residential homes. It affects the quality of life that would be occurring with certain types of activities with that. The marijuana can be a very profitable substance. It can be used for profit. You will have a possibly a criminal effect where people will try to go in that particular farm and actually steal some of the plants to profit off of those, as you would have. The particular drug, what is done within the business market, many of the banks will not are not allowed to, because of federal laws, to keep banks keep the money that is been produced by these various pot growers. So there may be some abundance of cash, particular type of area, which could be another reason why a burglar, someone would be a criminal activity to want to go ahead and try to rob or try to see if they could, if not get cash, to see if they get type of products that you would have that. And looking at this, I see it says, I think he said there altogether 15.5 acres is over 653,000 square feet with that. Now, I'm not sure how much he's going to be using in a particular area, but if you look at just 2,500 square feet, that is going to generate modestly over a 6-month period, or if it's going to be growth for 12 months, could generate income between $1,000 to $9,000 per plant that you would have for that. So reasonably, if you have 1,000 plants, that's going to generate about $1.5 million. Now that's a lot of money. Now, a criminal element would be, I think, would be looking for property in that particular area if that could be possibly something they would be able to either steal cash or products.
Mr. Ware, there are a number of operational issues that obviously confront a number of businesses. This would be one of them. There's a lot of automotive part places and things like that around the area as well. I mean, I think we all understand that there are operational issues that come with this, and it's not the first one of these things that we've seen come through, and it certainly won't be the last. Are there other issues aside from operational concerns that you have about the thing that would, the application and way that affects the area?
Is there a buffer that is a certain buffer that is something that would be put in place around a particular area of our church or of our school?
Not presently the way the application is proposed. Staff, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but because it's a base zoning application request, it would just default to whatever the code requires for that base zoning designation, which in this case is I-1. So presently it's zoned into a PUD, and the application is to change it to a base zoning of I-1. Correct, JJ, is that fair? Okay.
But I would think, looking at all of you, I don't think any of you would want to have this farm in your backyard. I really it seems like these types of things always will come up that I've seen throughout the areas, such as, for example, the high number of small box stores within a particular area of this particular side of town with it. And I believe it's going to have a very detrimental effect that is going to affect the quality of life of people that will live there, and it will be a deterrent as to people wanting to reside if this particular application is approved.
Sure. Well, we're getting ready to talk about that. So I appreciate any questions from Mr. Warrior. Thank you very much for coming down. Those are the only two folks that I have signed up to speak on the application. Is there anyone else that wanted to be heard on this matter today? Yes, sir. Come forward. You'll have another opportunity, sir. Just a minute.
Yes, I live in the area.
Would you mind giving us your name and address real
Okay,
quick? I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Kerwin James, 2016 Red Bud Drive.
Thank you very much.
And I stay probably I stay west, probably less than a quarter mile east of where he's proposing. And I just built, excuse me, my new construction in 2008 that I moved in. And like he said, we're trying to improve, and we sure don't want to smell a bunch of pot, every day. And then I know he probably could say he's going to filter it or do whatever, but once it goes, it's going to be hard to stop. And then more and more, it's a lot of vacant land over there. And if everybody thinks that, they're not doing nothing over here, so let's just start some pot growing. And, I would think you should go farther out in the country where they're doing, farming land or whatever to get it away. But it's a lot of residential over there, pockets of residential areas. And we sure don't want to smell no pot every day. And, that's what I want to say. And I own like 16 lots over there. And I'm opposed to 100%.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wanted to be heard? If you want to come back forward.
Could I make a few comments that I'd like the applicant to be able to respond to? And this is just for the...
Go ahead.
I guess these gentlemen aren't aware. There's already one from the west side. There's already a grow that's closer to him than where my property is actually already, to both where those gentlemen were talking about. So there's actually one there already. Just to let you know, it's right there by the other side of this PUD right there. There's a dispensary and a grow.
Yeah.
There's a medical grow already right there,
Sir,
right where you guys are at.
While you're at the microphone, just address the comments to us.
No, I'm sorry. But yeah, there's already one there. I'm not really for sure. The carbon filters is what will be used to keep the smell from going out. But I've written down the nearest people, and you're talking about 1,728 feet. The west is the nearest individual. Southeast is over 800 feet. So they're not going to be able to smell it. And like I said, there's already one that's right in the middle of what they're talking about. We've already cleaned up the whole 15 acres. I bought a tractor. I've already cleared the whole land, meaning the grass is this tall. It's all been cut down. The frontage has been all cleaned up. Overhanging trees and stuff have been cleaned up. The entry's been cleaned up. There's going to be a gate brought back 100 feet. So we've got plenty of room off 23rd Street. So there's actually plans to actually make it look better than what it does right now. Right now, it was a ran-down facility. It hasn't had anybody in it since 2008 that's cleaned up, taken care of, or anything. We've already got power to the house. We've got the well line. We've already got the piping put in for it. We've already got security cameras out there. We've already got security lighting out there. As soon as I get done with this, I'm going to meet Cox so we can get our security cameras hooked up to Wi-Fi from my phone. So there'll be plenty of security measures that will be taken. The money part of it, I don't think that really matters. It's really anybody else's business what kind of money we actually do make. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to say.
Commissioner Pennington?
My comment is, would you be open to, since it was already a PUD, making changes to the PUD, such as requiring that these operations be inside, protecting the frontage of 23rd Street as we are concerned about as well? Sure. I think that allowing it to remain a PUD and for there to be some negotiation about how we can still preserve the area and hopefully improve 23rd Street, I think is really important.
Well, there would be if I had more time. I've got a 3-year lease, and the longer that this gets stretched on, the more money I'm putting in and less actual work I'm able to do. So,
with all due respect to that comment, we're being asked to make a change that could affect the property for some unknown period of time.
Sure.
And to the neighbors that are here, while they have, as they said, respect for the fact that you're trying to run a business, 3 years is a blip in the radar when you've lived someplace for 40 years.
Right, I got you. And I would say that you lived there for 40 years, and I don't think any developments actually happened in that area within those 40 years that it's been there. 3 years out of 40, I don't think is, to be honest, it doesn't really seem that far. I don't see any permits that are pulled anywhere near for any new residential to come in. The guy that owns the property I live in, he owns this, obviously the other side of this PUD, 558. He did, or 1558, and he did own this one over here. He just sold it a couple years back, and there's no permits pulled or anything being done there either. So, and then from our property back, there's a whole mile section before you get to any other residential from the backside. It's all forest wooded area. You can literally drive off my property out back on a tractor and drive for, like I said, at least a half a mile before you get to anybody.
We got 621 square miles. There's a lot of places in Oklahoma City like that.
Sure.
So I appreciate it. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant before we discuss?
I just have a quick question, Mr. McGuire.
Yes, ma'am.
Apparel and cannabis is kind of a strange combination of retail. What kind of apparel and what percentage of your facility will be dedicated to apparel sales versus cannabis?
Well, the rest of the property, other than the part that we have the greenhouse, will be for apparels. We've got T-shirts, hats. We have, they're called bowl holders, but for putting in the microwave, things you put in the microwave. So the rest of the property. I mean, we're not going to be putting a building on the rest of the property, but that's what's considered the apparel part of it. So, I guess that's answering your question. It's I don't think the word apparel actually was necessarily the right word, but they said we could have whatever we wanted, so that's what it started out as. So
You're not going to dispense anything, it's just a grow, right?
no dispense. We had my landlord said the first 300 feet was commercial and gave us the opportunity. But when I talked to him and told him what needed to be done, I went in and talked to the zoning here at the zoning board, and this is what was suggested price-wise for having it changed, and then also time-wise. Like I said, the guy that owns the property, he plans on putting it back to PUD as soon as we get done with it. But this was, I want to say but this is the option he told me to choose. But he gave me all the paperwork for the PUD and said he plans on putting it right back when we get done. I don't have it for a long period of time. We'd like to make everything that we put on there able to be taken with me. So a metal building, maybe we'll break it down and take it with us. We're actually getting the metal building from my landlord, so it will be mine, and we'll be taking it with us when we go. So we're not going to leave any kind of structures or anything that aren't going to be wanted in the PUD when we get done with it. So the fence will be able to be taken down and all that.
So my question is actually just more for staff. And a base rezoning of I-1, I mean, doesn't that mean, I know we've seen a few of these, but in any base I-1, this could be put without coming to this commission, correct?
Yes, once it's zoned I-1, any use under I-1 is eligible on the property.
Which is this use?
Yes.
So next door, right, there's a property that's zoned I-1. And so technically, while I understand the concerns, you know, if instead he had leased the property next door, he could have done this without coming for our approval. So I just want to, I mean, you know, that's not what we're discussing. We're not discussing the property next door, but I just want to make sure that we understand, like, the bar.
That was the reason why I was told in the zoning office to go I-1, is because there was already an I-1 and I-2 next door, instead of switching the PUD and getting special permission.
Mostly reiterating Commissioner Pennington, a lot of things that you've said you plan to do, the owner plans to do, whatever, but none of those really matter considering you're going to I-1 and none of those stick. So we could make those enforceable. We could hold everybody accountable for it if you were just making amendments to the PUD. So the same question he asked, why not just make changes to the PUD so that everything you said the plans are, we can actually have a commitment to? Because also, like Commissioner Craven said, the next hundreds of years of what we're zoning this for and what you plan to do for 3 years, same thing Commissioner Craven said, it's
you actually
rezoning it.
Yeah, and you actually made it even easier, at least from where I sit, which is that you were nice enough to tell us that he's going to take it right back to a PUD in 3 years.
Well,
so as a result of that, I think the right thing to do at this point is just to put it into a PUD, and that way we've got the zoning that we need, and we know that we've given, and to be fair, staff comments as well, that in the report, that we are losing some architectural and some sign issues that we had regulation of in the current PUD that we're giving up by allowing you to go I-1. I'll say that, you know, to echo Commissioner Highsmith, I'm torn on this because the use seems really appropriate, right? I don't know that I can agree with the neighbors that it's not an appropriate use, given what's the surrounding area and how the surrounding area is used. But I am concerned that we're making a temporary change which creates a much broader use, and 23rd Street, while it may not be developed today, I think having some protections in place for architectural regulations, signage, and setting a good precedent for redevelopment is important. And I think we can do that through a PUD. And I recognize it doesn't help your time frame, but that's certainly not this body's concern.
Well, and I totally understand that, but the property could be sold at any time, so whoever bought, I mean, I could buy the property right now, so that means I could come in and want it rezoned for I-1 and not a PUD if I actually owned it. So I don't understand, to be honest with you, because this one was part of the PUD, this lot over here. It's already been sold and taken out of the original PUD.
I understand that any property can be rezoned at any time, and we understand all that. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? I'd like to get to our discussion. I think we have the information.
Just a staff question. If they wanted, suppose that we don't recommend approval today, if he wanted to change his application, would it be possible to make the changes to the application and then just come back in January? Or do you have to start all over? What does that timeline look like?
It'd probably have to go to the first meeting in February, because it would be a new application, and we'd have to re-notify.
Thank you very much. We're going to talk amongst ourselves here at this point. Commissioners, thoughts, comments? Where are we on this deal?
Yeah, I still struggle because it's surrounded by I-2, C3, I-1. I don't have a problem with base rezones. I personally prefer them to Spuds, actually. I know this commission generally likes Spuds, but I worry about the future kind of all of our zoning. I think there's a future that we're going to be really beating ourselves up over all of this spot zoning and wish that we hadn't, because I think whenever we go through our zoning code update, we have a chance to, large format talk about these base zonings, and we're about to enter that effort. So
you guys all keep mentioning I-1, but there's also R1 to the west, R1 to the south, just one jump over here, and all the gentlemen that spoke, they're all talking about R1. So it's all mixed.
Sure.
I'm sympathetic. There's a lot of R1 also, not just I-1, so it's all tough. Yeah.
I'm focused on Northeast 23rd here, and generally that's what I do is I look at the street that our applicant is on, and I think that's where you determine the character of a place. To me, that's Northeast 23rd. That's all my comment. Anyway.
Commissioner LaForge, you got other thoughts here? I'm somewhere kind of in between the two of you, because I agree, and the reason that I'm supportive of the idea of putting this in a PUD and keeping it there is because you do have this real convergence of uses. I will say, too, what you don't see on a black and white two-dimensional map, but what you see as an aerial, or if you do a street view, is that this area has a lot of automotive uses. There's a property to the southwest there is absolutely just loaded full of basically trashed automobiles, which is really, I mean, I would much rather have an I-1 use next to me than that. So it's an area that certainly has a lot of different things going on, but I would say the character of the area is fairly characterized as industrial, in maybe not in a technical sense, but in the way that if you actually look at it, the uses are. But again, we don't know how it might redevelop, and I hate to compromise it when we have the protections of a PUD today, so that's kind of why I'm with.
Sure, and I'll play devil's advocate to myself here, and we've got a group of gentlemen who are trying to make this area something higher and better, and I suppose you probably can't do that if we continue to keep it the way it is. So I understand both sides.
Commissioner Privet?
I'd say you might get the higher part, but I'm the same. It should be a PUD probably, but
Well, let's make it easy. Let's see where we are. Somebody have a motion they want to make?
I move that the application, I move to recommend denial of the application.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to deny the application for PC 10633. Please cast your votes, please. And the application is denied. So am I able to rewrite the PUD? Sir, if you'll get with staff, they can explain to you what steps you can take from here.
There's been another continuance request, item 33, which is an application to rezone 1111 Northwest 36th Street from R1 to SPUD 1171.
And I will just say real quick, apologies on this, unless there's some objection, it's because the item falls at the very end of the docket and it was slated for a requested continuance. We're just booming this up now to see if there's anybody who wants to be heard, and that way a person doesn't have to sit here for who knows how long while we get through to the end, and then it's ultimately continued anyway. So if there's any objections, let me know. Otherwise, I'd like to call the applicant forward on 33. Seeing none, is the applicant still present? Did he leave? Did he leave?
He indicated he wanted it continued, and then he left.
Okay, well, if he's not here, we'll just continue on, I guess, and we can do it at the very end. It'd be better that way, I would assume. That if he shows back up or something, right? So I mean,
He's gone. He's not coming back. I just thought we should continue it now in case there was someone here.
okay. If there's no objection to it, I'll take a motion to continue the item from somebody.
Motion.
Second. I have a motion and a second to continue item number 33, which is SPUD 1171, to the January 9th, 2020 meeting. Please cast your votes. Commissioner Forge. And the application is continued.
Item 14 is an application to rezone 12,000 Northwest 122nd Street from AA to R1.
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This application is to go to R1, which is the predominant land use pattern in the area. It is served by public water, public sewer. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we would ask for your approval.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I don't have anybody signed up to speak. Is there anybody that want to be heard on this matter today? Seeing nobody, I will take a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval to City Council on PC 10634. Please cast your votes. The application is approved.
Item 15 is an application by Terraform Investments to rezone 1625 Northwest 16th Street from R1 to SPD 1160.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you all again. We have presented this before, and I'll save you all the...
Go ahead and give us your name and address, too.
It is Casey Gray, 1625 Northwest 16th.
Thank you very much.
And we have gotten with the planning department and have worked through all of the TEs. There's one remaining TE. We visited with it's regarding the screening between us and us and Sam Day, the neighbor next door. We sat down with Sam Day, worked out the language. He recommended the language that we have in the application, and all of the protestants have withdrawn except for one who protests the Spud process in general, but says that we have alleviated all of his concerns. I recommend it for your approval, and we'll take any questions you have.
Would you be open to removing the fast food use?
Would we still be allowed to do a coffee shop if we had a fast food use?
Is that?
Do you have restaurant, sit-down restaurant use allowed?
We have fast food sit-down, yes.
Then yes.
Then yes.
So you're in agreement to strike that use unit from your application?
The fast food, so...
That would be eating establishments, fast food, 8300.35.
I think we're okay with that.
Commissioners, other questions for the applicant on this? Comments?
I know it's been a tough process on you guys, but it sounds like everything worked out, and you've got good language. I know I got personal emails from both Sam and the Plaza Board. Everybody seems to be on board now. I think the process worked, and I'm excited to see what I hope will be a coffee shop.
Thank you.
And visit.
Appreciate it.
So, unless there's any other comments, I can make a motion.
I just have one. I just kind of want to get some perspective on this. I struggle with this item for kind of one reason that has two subparts. When we did the barcade on the corner, we had this big discussion about this was kind of, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, that's what I'm trying to remember it, this was sort of the end of what was the established commercial portion of the Plaza District, and that there really should be some sort of step downs that begin to take place as it transitions back to residential, because it really does get back to residential right about here, and then it goes all the way residential, unless I looked over something on accident, till you get to that corner near Classen that's being redeveloped right now, and I can't even...
That apartment complex that's on, I can't remember the name.
On the south side?
Yeah, it's on the south side of the street, but further down where the Anatomy Wine Club is, that's there.
Yeah.
So.
So we have a 3-story structure there that's going to be right next door to, it's going to increase that height, and it's lodging related. To me, it's limited to 35 feet, and the question that I wrote down in my packet is, is this something we can limit to 2 stories? Does that make sense here? Is that part of that step down from a compatibility standpoint? And then the other thing that I guess caught my attention is, and I mean, we've had these discussions, and I know that I'm seemingly out of touch with this part of things, but we got 4 parking spaces for up to 7 units in an area that is already, I mean, the parking for just visitors to the Plaza District spills into the neighborhood streets behind it. Is that really what we want to continue to advance? And I just think that we should be thoughtful about that as we continue to approve these applications that have almost no parking. And in this case, I would classify this as such. Just curious about your feedback.
Yeah, on the first part, I guess my perspective on areas like the Plaza, which are obviously very successful, there's a lot of activity, people love being there, and that means developers love, considering ways to continue to improve it. I actually take issue with the city defining the boundaries of an area like the Plaza and saying, this is what you have, these are the lines you have to stay between. Because I think, just like any other part of the city, it's meant to constantly change, be able to grow. We can't perfectly see the future. We can plan for it, but I think planning and saying, these are the boundaries, this is what the Plaza commercial area will be contained to forevermore, is the wrong way to approach it. So I think it's a case-by-case basis. I think as these things come through, we'll start to see, what the future of 16th Street is really there. And I think only saying, well, there's residential here now, it must stay residential, is to me at least, in my view, the wrong way to approach it. I think a slow, redevelopment along that street, one lot at a time, which I would characterize this as for sure, right next door to the arcade bar, is the right way for this type of growth to happen. On the second part, I do think also like we shouldn't cap developments from only developing within the strict scale and proportion that neighborhoods are currently. Similar to drawing the boundary around the district, you're drawing a height boundary. You're saying this neighborhood should never be more than 2 stories. And I think in order to allow for further densification and growth and redevelopment, that we should be allowing an increase in scale and proportion that's relative to what's there now. So an additional story to me, I think that's totally within what I would call appropriate heights, and I think that's fine. So on both of those counts, at least personally, I don't have an issue. That's why, I'm in favor of this applicant, based on the discussion we've heard. So.
And can we insert your usual opinions about the parking?
Oh, the parking,
yeah.
Right.
Okay, we can just, yeah.
I think, like I've said before, if we were, like, I would challenge this commission and anybody to find me an area with the character of the Plaza that has the amount of parking that they're happy with. It doesn't exist. You don't get a place like the Plaza with its character with ample parking, because as soon as you put all that parking in, it's a different place. And I just don't think, I think the obsession with having enough lots and with meeting, minimum parking code for an area like that, it's just a different beast, and we shouldn't try to apply that to that area. So that's.
Thank you. I think they're already typing that into the record before you said it. Yeah, probably. Commissioners, anybody else have thoughts on this or want to weigh in on it? All right. If not, it's motion time. There is nobody else, I'm assuming, that wanted to be heard on this matter. I guess I should double check that. Seeing none.
I will make a motion to recommend approval. I don't believe, we are striking TE1, correct? Because both your neighbor that would be on that border and you are happy with the language that is in that.
Correct, yes. We negotiated an 8-foot fence or a 3-foot vegetative buffer.
Gotcha. and eliminating the fast food use. So I will recommend approval with those caveats.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve SPUD 1160 as amended. Please cast your votes, please. Application is approved.
Item 16 has been continued. Item 17 is an application to rezone 141 Northeast 26th Street from R1 to SPUD 1175.
Good afternoon. Tim Johnson with Johnson Associates here on behalf of the applicant. And the applicant is Jefferson Park Neighborhood as well as positively Paseo.
Real quick, I am actually going to recuse out of an abundance of caution. We are not directly involved in this project, but my partner has helped with directing the board. So.
Okay.
Okay. So we've broken this into two tracks. It's an SPUD that allows for us to maintain the historic house on the corner. And we actually split that off in a lot split. And then we have Tract 1, which is going to be developed into single-family detached housing. The SPUD allows for various uses. There's a live-over use in there that could be applied. The site plan, as you see it now, is set up to be single-family detached. We have provided inside parking as part of garages, as well as some inside parking off our private alley for visitors, as well as our site plan shows that we will come back later in the future and do some on-street parking that would also serve the historic building on the corner, as well as the residents there. So the preliminary plat's already been developed and submitted. Staff is reviewing that now, which brings me to the TEs. There are two TEs. I would like to strike both of them because they're both identified in the plat that's been submitted, and that one of them is requesting that the open space be put into the Spud. I think that restriction, if we move something and change that open space by 1/10 of an acre, then we're back to JJ's office asking for an amendment. So we do indicate it on the preliminary plat. The other TE is the 5-foot landscape buffer request on the northwestern side of the Spud. We're next to residential, and I'm a little concerned about the precedent that sets, requiring an additional buffer residential to residential. So, but as you can see by the site plan and when you see the preliminary plat come before you, all those things are shown as the request is made. So we'd like to leave it as a platting issue. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant? No, I do have one person signed up.
How many units we talking, Tim?
I forgot. 23.
23?
Yes, sir.
Tim, walk me through the second TE again, why you want to strike that one.
It asks for us to provide a 5-foot landscape buffer, in other words, mandating a 5-foot buffer between residential and residential uses, which is not a typical requirement. It's not a deal killer for us. We're providing it. We just didn't think that setting a precedent in this case, if we have another case and I can't do 5 feet, there's no.
Well, that's where your road is, right?
Yeah.
No? Okay. Yep. All right. Other questions to the applicant on this? I do have one person signed up to speak, Michael Washington. He's not present. Okay. Is there anyone else that wants to be here on this matter today? Seeing none, I'll take a motion or some discussion from the commissioners.
Are we good with striking both T's, or what are our thoughts on this?
Staff seems to indicate that they are fine with striking them. That's the impression I got. And I don't see, I mean, to me, I'm not sure that there's a road there. They're getting a much larger buffer as a result of the road that's going to surround it, which is shown there, and it's going to, you know, according to him, going to be on the plat. And then the amount of open space, I think he makes a good point. So, anybody else has thoughts on it?
If there aren't any further comments, then I move approval of item 17, including the removal of the 2 TEs.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve or recommend approval to City Council on SPUD 1175 as amended. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
Application is approved.
Item 18 has been continued. Item 19 is a preliminary plat of Highland Park, and that is located at Memorial Road and east of North May. And this has variances to Section 5, Table 5.1 of the Subdivision Regulations. That's TE 2 and 3.
Good afternoon, Brad Reed, Craft and Toll, 300 Point Parkway Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant. So this is the preliminary plat. This was there was a PUD that was brought forth a few months ago. The feeling of this is a smaller lot subdivision. These are 2,500 to 3,500 square foot lots. In the PUD, there was a section 9.7, says sidewalks shall be provided on Featherstone Road and Windy Ridge Road. So I was told that we still need the variance request for the internal sidewalks, even though it's in the PUD. There's another thing in here on the, there's no parking required on our roads. We're providing some off-street parking lots to be in this. Because of the small lot nature of this, we didn't want a bunch of curb cuts for every single lot. And so it's going to be a roll curb section, which means that the drivable section gets smaller, which is 24 feet. Fire has said that they're okay with this as long as we put up no parking. Again, we've provided parking spaces, so we're fine with the no parking requirements. And then there is one more TE request. It's because of that. It's the width of the urban local street. So that's item number 2. So.
So what you're saying is your streets are 26.
They are.
But it's a rolling curb as opposed to just a hard curve.
Yes, it is. So the overall section is exactly the same, but then the gutter section has to be brought in to allow for that height difference to be made up.
But you're in agreement with, in the potential granting of the variance, it would require you to post no parking signs
We're
on
fine
all
with
the
that,
streets.
yes.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I've got a question for staff on the street. The overall lane widths, are those, does all that come down to fire? Is that fire's opinion to want to have a certain lane width on streets like this? Is that the determining factor?
Well, that's an engineering standard. It's 26 feet with curb and gutter. They're proposing something different. These are private streets interior to their subdivision, but they need a variance to the subdivision regulations since they're
And fire did object in our packet, obviously. I mean, they said, we object to that, and 26 feet unless parking is restricted, so.
I guess, I'm not trying to make a big point here, but I'm curious. I mean, obviously the city has plenty of streets, right, that are 24 and there's parking allowed. Don't we have those? I feel like my street's 24 feet and it has parking on both sides. You think I'm incorrect on that? I don't know. I just need to go measure.
Parking is generally allowed, yes, on a 26 standard city street, 26 feet wide. These are somewhat narrower, so the fire department asked that there be no on-street parking so they could get apparatus in and out.
Okay.
Commissioners, other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, on the sidewalks, so it says PD requires sidewalks on Featherstone and then...
Windy Ridge.
I'm sorry?
Windy Ridge.
Windy Ridge, which I was having a hard time locating.
Windy Ridge, they're actually the streets that feed into the neighborhood. So Featherstone is the one on the far, and then Windy Ridge is actually for the other, but the developer of this actually owns those lots, and so.
Okay. But you're not doing sidewalks at all interior?
No.
And what's the reasoning behind
So
it?
it's a different kind of thing. It's a small lot subdivision. It's smaller. It has some walkability with it, with the roll curbs and things like that. It wasn't the intention to have the internal sidewalks in there. And like I said, with the PUD, it was stated that those would be the ones that we built, and so.
How's mail being delivered?
So this is a little bit weird. There is a section in the, there's some hammerhead sections, and so those will be, probably have to be looked at on those. I know water can't go back there, but mail would be, unless otherwise, mail would be just per, at each lot. They could also do the apartment style. I'm not sure what they have planned though.
Okay.
The nature of the
That's why I was
development is
wondering
zero lot line, which is why you've eliminated a lot of this stuff. I mean, it's basically as low maintenance as you can make it from a lot perspective, is the idea behind the development.
Yes.
And are there any green spaces or community amenities?
There's quite a few. So if you look right there, common area E, and then the other side of that street, there's another green space. And then common area G is down kind of right in front of Windy Ridge. There's some plans. I'm not exactly sure exactly what they're going to do, but I believe we have, it's like 4 acres of common area, 4.56 acres of open space. There's a large pond on that side. There's a pond on this side. And again, at the very front entrance, there's going to be an amenity, and I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do.
So how are your residents going to get to those if there's no sidewalks?
So it's small, it's walkability, they could walk in the street. It's the, and with no parking on the street, it's not a, this does have, per the PUD, it has a shorter front setback requirement, so if the ability for people to park in a garage or in a driveway, and then if the sidewalk is in there, it could be parked over that and then cause some problems, so.
As somebody that walks and bikes everywhere, I can say that a lot of traditional neighborhoods don't have sidewalks. And as long as the speeds are considered of traffic on those roads, it's no problem. It's perfectly walkable and usable.
When did the PUD come through? It hasn't been that long ago.
It's like three months maybe.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. It came through that way when it went through the PUD too. So, at this point, I feel like we had that discussion at the time, right, and pushed it through it from a zoning standpoint, and here he is platting it based on the zoning. So I'm a little hard at this point to undo that, at least for me. But other questions of the applicant?
I think on paper, it's a really interesting development, and I'm looking forward to, should it be approved today, I'm looking forward to seeing how this thing turns out, because I do think it's more the right direction, I believe. For this type of thing. So.
What's our minimum for building separation? Do we have one?
We can take it to 0 technically on the, you talking about side lot separation?
Yeah, on residential.
I think on this it's 0, is it not?
Yeah, the intention I think it still would be it's a modified. The intention is it's still single family housing.
Right.
It's not connected housing, but it's smaller lot. This is a kind of a more denser area. There's some apartments. There's some, it's right by Coral Springs Mall. So it's still single family, but it's a different take on the traditional single family.
Other questions? Is there anyone here that wanted to be heard on this matter today? If not, I will take a motion. It's my word, but I can't make one. Oh, I'm sorry, and make sure we do the variances first. So the motion on the variances need to come first. There's 2 separate variances we need to make motions on.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance.
Second. I have a motion and a second to approve the variance to section 5.3.2A of the subdivision regulations. Please cast your votes. And that variance is approved. Need a motion on the second variance?
I'll make a motion on the second variance to approve the variance.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the variance to section 5.8.2B1 of the subdivision regulations. Please cast your votes. And the variance is approved. Motion on the application?
I'll make a motion to approve the preliminary plat itself.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the preliminary plat for C7116. Please cast your votes. Application's approved.
Thank you.
Item 20 is an associated application of final plat of Highland Park Phase 1.
Again, Brad Reed, Craft and Toll. Here, this is the final plat. Basically, we're going to build half of this. It's the east half. Both entrances will go in. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Seeing that there was no one here before, I doubt there's anyone here now. So I will take a motion on this application.
Move approval of item 20.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the final plat for C7115. Please cast your votes. And the application is approved.
Item 21 is the final plat of Silver Cross Business Park, located east of North Council Road and north of West Wilshire Boulevard.
Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the applicant. We have final plats in conformance with the recently approved preliminary plat. We have talked to staff and would ask that 2, 3, TEs 2, 3, and 4 be stricken. Staff has agreed with that. We agreed to 1, 5, and 6, and we would just ask for your approval.
I would note that staff did indicate that they were in agreement to strike TEs 2, 3, and 4. Questions for the applicant? JJ, would you like to? Ms. Randall was curious why 2, 3, and 4 are being struck.
I can go through them real quick if you want to, or okay.
Item 2 is being deleted. We got the avigation easement at the zoning stage. And item 3, add a note on the plat to comply with the AE1 zoning. It's already in the AE1 zoning overlay. They will have to comply with that at the building permit stage. It's really not necessary as a plat note. And one of the airport requirements was to meet the AE1 regs and limit buildings to 1 story, but that will all be reviewed again at the building permit stage because it's in the AE overlay.
Okay. Well, just for the record, the airports, when I talked to the director of the airports, they would like a plat note on there that just said that they would agree to provide an FAA 74060-1 for review prior to any building permit being issued, so that they can review that to make sure there's not any type of obstruction that would negatively impact the airport operations. And they would like that as a plat note.
My question is, in 100 years after you and I and everybody are gone, and if that airport were to go away, then I have a note on the plat that's requiring me to do that when that's a zoning issue.
Well, I think it's a reasonable condition that they can place on the plat.
So what is the note going to read then?
It would read to the effect as provide an FAA 7460-1 report to the Department of Airports for review prior to any building permit being issued.
Okay, and is that a requirement of the AE overlay anyway?
Not a requirement of the AE overlay, but it's required for any building permit that's within a certain distance of the airport.
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So we did the zoning just within the last 2 months. This is a zoning issue, not a platting issue. To put a plat note that will forever encumber the property from a title perspective moving forward makes no sense. If it's a building code issue, it should have been addressed through the rezoning that just happened. I don't think it's reasonable.
My opinion, it's a reasonable condition. If you don't want to place it on there, that's fine, but I'm reporting that from my conversation with the airport director.
Well, I didn't hear anything about this beforehand, but I think this puts us in a really awkward position because I'm getting the sense from you that this is really important to the operation of the airport, and I've also not heard this before or seen this before, so I don't know how to remedy this from the horseshoe at this meeting. I don't know if other commissioners have comments. It's a part of the zoning. In order for it not to comply with AE1, it would have to be rezoned, and that would have to be removed. That overlay would have to be removed for them not to comply with it. And I've never heard of this report before.
I was thinking, well, if it's already, so if I'm understanding correctly, the overlay already exists over this property and already places that requirement. That's what I was understanding from JJ.
That's how I took it as well.
Yes, the zoning overlay is in place on this. I think what the airport's director is asking for is one step further and requiring this notice that goes to FAA when they apply for a building permit.
So this is a final plat. They had every opportunity at the zoning, the preliminary plat, and yet they're going to wait till the final plat. I don't believe that to be a reasonable condition. Frankly, if we came at the final plat stage and wanted to change something that wasn't at the preliminary plat, staff would likely recommend denial because it didn't conform to the preliminary plat.
That's fair.
So I don't know why we should be treated any differently when we're coming through with a final plat.
Let's hold that issue aside for a minute. Commissioners, are there other issues anybody has with this application they want to discuss? Is there anyone here that wants to be heard on this item today? I don't have anyone signed up for item 21. There was one thing that was in the, and I just kind of wanted an explanation. I know that we talked about this, but why didn't the drives at Silver Crossing align? I know we talked about it, and they're both pre-existing, right? Your drive actually already existed, and the drive across the street existed. That's why they didn't line up.
That comment is in regards to the streets on each side of Silver Crossing. It was actually shown that way on the preliminary plat as offset like that. We've agreed with that TE because there's actually a difference in the subdivision regulations. One of the exhibits in the subregs shows that separation to be 75 feet. The actual verbiage in the subregs says 110 feet. So my office saw the exhibit, didn't see the 110 feet. We can make the 110 feet work. We can't make it line up. So we actually showed the offset on the preliminary plat. We just got to shift those just a little bit to meet the 110 feet separation.
I see. So, okay. So you will not need the variance then because you're going to meet the 100.
I do not need the variance because I will meet the 110-foot separation requirement.
So T is good. Got it. Okay. Commissioners, if there's no other issues on it, we're going to have to deal with this. I got to say I'm in agreement with the applicant on this. I think it's wholly inappropriate to go through a zoning and a preliminary plat and then in the 11th hour throw a condition on this that is going to make the titling of the property as it transfers pretty onerous. Every time you've got to get a building permit, you've got to file this report. I don't know what this report is. I've never heard of it. I think it's probably incumbent upon us to say that if this is something that the director of airports or the airports wants to see in the future, it would be great to know that and get some information about this report so that if it comes back up, we understand why this isn't remedied by the zoning issue. I can't see a scenario, and unless staff can tell me how it would take place, where the AE1 overlay zoning wouldn't protect exactly what they're seeking to protect, and they would have to come in and change that and basically put everybody on notice, including the Department of Airports again of that change. I just...
So functionally, are we talking about like, so you get the houses built. If somebody owns one of these and they want to go add a garage, they've got to do this report?
So here's what it does. So what they're seeking to do is to modify our zoning through a plat note, okay? Because what they're seeking to do is to limit everything to one story through a plat note. Well, that's not how it works. We filed a PUD. Airports received notice of the PUD. We filed a preliminary plat. They received notice of preliminary plat. And now they're trying to modify our zoning through a plat note, which is wholly inconsistent with the way that this process is set up.
I don't think they're saying it has to be one story. They're saying that what they want to do is to review this report that is an obstruction. It's an analysis done by the FAA that would let them review it and make sure that there's not any obstructions when they build whatever height that is they're going to build.
So what they're saying is, if you look at page 2, they're saying Department of Airports requests verification that all development within Silver Cross Business Park be limited to a single story.
Okay, but that was not what I read into the record.
Well, but if you read the technical evaluation, it is that all requirements of the airports be met, section 321 above, and when you go to 321 above, it references back to a single story. I cannot agree to that.
We're being put in a very difficult position here. We got two choices. We can make a stand and vote on it as we see fit, or unfortunately for the applicant, which I think is pretty unfair. We can continue the item to get information on this so that we don't do something that jeopardizes airport operations. I'm open to anybody's opinion on it.
I think, to be fair to the applicant, I think we should just make our recommendation, and which I think it sounds like there's consensus to move it forward to City Council.
Well, this is not a recommendation. This is a plat.
The final plat.
It's over here is the problem.
I think I'm in support because, as David has already explained, the airport was notified. So the process, they should have already done this already. But I do think that in the future, if there's some way for us, I don't know if we need to get a memo, if there needs to be a meeting, something so that we can make sure that from now on there's clarification between how we are supposed to handle these cases in the first place. So, but I feel comfortable here moving forward as is because, again, they were notified properly. They had the opportunity to object. They did. So,
commissioners, other thoughts or issues with that? Well, if nobody has any disagreement on it, let's make a motion and move on.
I make a motion to approve C-7122 final plat of Silver Cross Business Park.
With the deletion of 2, 3, and 4.
With the deletions of TE 2, 3, and 4.
And the variance is not required because he's in agreement with the 110 feet, so TE 5 can stay.
So yes.
I have a motion and a second to approve the final plat for C-7122 as amended. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
Item 22 is an application for consideration of a lot split, deed approval on property located at 12029 Northwest Expressway, and a variance to Section 3.4.4.C.2F of the subdivision regulations, and that's in TE1.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Engel with Anderson Engineering. We are the engineer of record and surveyor of record, 2045 West Woodland, Springfield, Missouri. Staff's report summarizes it. We're having to split a lot for the development of new O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's part of a larger development, and they used up the administrative lot splits ahead of us, so to get this development to work, we have to come before you for a variance. I'm here to answer any questions. We think it's a great fit for the area. I think staff agrees.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant? I have one. Your PUD 638, how many curb cuts does that allow you?
So I do not know the answer to that question because we're utilizing the existing curb cut that's there. I don't know if you received a copy of the site plan from staff.
We
have an internal connection with no new connections to the road out there.
Would you actually mind circulating that real quick, just so we can see that? You don't recall how many...
It was a non-issue, so I don't know what the PUD allows, mainly because we're utilizing existing internal circulation.
It'd be very helpful to know that, given that this is Northwest Expressway.
Okay.
I wish that we knew what the PUD said on that point, because we're making extra lots.
Now, are you talking about to Northwest Expressway or internal connections?
I'm talking about the Northwest Expressway. If you have the ability to take access from Northwest Expressway and it allowed you 2 curb cuts in total, right, or did it allow 3, and now with 3 lots you're going to have 3 on there that are all going right in. That's what I don't know, because all I have is a 2-dimensional drawing with dots on it.
Well, our lot is not proposing a connection, so should be a non-issue. We're just utilizing the existing connection there.
So this connection that you're utilizing, where is the... Okay. I see. It's what's on the west side of the bank lot.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I understand. I got you now. I'm with you. I'll give the other commissioners a chance to see that just to make sure we're all clear on that.
And continuing the connections to the west internally, too, to promote internal circulation. Because we're good neighbors like that.
Internal circulation, that's a buzzword. You practiced that one before you came in. You're going to have to say the variance again, though, all the provisions and all the subparts.
Don't get sassy. I'll get that guy to come up here for me. He's left, but... Yeah, we think it'll be a good fit, and staff agrees.
Everybody comfortable? Is there anybody here that signed up or that didn't sign up that want to be heard on this matter today? Seeing none, if there's no discussion amongst the commissioners, I would take a motion on the variance first.
Move to approve the variance.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the variance to section 3.4.4.C.2, sub F of the subdivision regulations. Please cast your votes. The variance is approved.
Excellent. And thank you for your service to the community. Thank you.
Motion on the application.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the lot split deed approval for DA 25940. Please cast your votes. And the application is approved. Thank you very much.
Item 23 is an application for consideration of lot split deed approval on property located on 11320 North Sooner Road, and this also has a variance in TE1.
Is the applicant present?
Hello, Jeffrey Cummins, 4401 Berry Farm Road, Norman, Oklahoma. My family, my wife and I and my daughter and son-in-law are wanting to buy this 3 acres. It's situated on the north side of River Oaks Golf Course. On the other side, on the north side and on the east side are is the Army Corps of Engineer. I think it's the Arcadia Lake watershed. We're just wanting to split the lot in 2 so we can build 2 houses for our own personal use.
And you're aware that an access agreement would require to be filed, a permanent access agreement between the 2 parcels?
Oh, yeah, we've already had the property surveyed and had the access, the legal drawn up for that access. So we'll do all of that at the same time.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? I don't have anyone signed up. Is there anyone that wanted to be heard on this matter today? Seeing none, if there's no discussion from the commissioners, I'll take a motion.
I move approval of the variance to section 3.4.4.C.2B.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the variance for section 3.4.4.C.2 sub B of the subdivision regulations. Please cast your votes. The variance is approved. Just need a motion on the application.
I move approval of item number 23.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the lot split deed application for DA 25945. Please cast your votes. And the application is approved. Thank you very much.
Item 24 is a site plan for tracks 1 and 2 of PUD 1300 located south of Northwest 150th Street and west of North Rockwell Avenue.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Dixon with Craft and Toll on behalf of the applicant. We're at 14 West Edwards, suite number 111 up at Edmond. So this is our site plan, which is required under the PUD. We are only developing the lot to the south at this time, but the requirement of the PUD does have us include a concept of the entire area. The lot to the north is conceptual at this time. We're not really sure what's going to go there, but this is one of the ideas that's been put forward.
You're aware of the technical evaluations?
Yes.
And in agreement with those?
Yes, there's no issues. We will address TE number 1 when we get to the next item, which is the preliminary plat for the south lot. 2 and 3, there's no issues.
Well, now that raises an interesting question, I think. So do you intend to object to the connection?
Correct.
Okay. I guess I'm going to have to defer to staff. Do we need to address that as a part of this, or can we, because we're approving a site plan that shows a lot 15 that isn't going to be a part of that connection. So we're sort of putting this cart before the horse, I think. If we approve the site plan, we're approving it with lot 15.
If you approve it subject to the TEs, you're requiring the connection. You could, I guess, delete the TE and discuss the connection with the plat, because the same TE is on the plat.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. So if
okay. In that case, we would like to strike TE number 1 so that we can discuss it in the preliminary plat, because we do not seek that connection Neither does the subdivision. There's a residential subdivision to the south, and we have a statement from the homeowners association. They do not seek that connection either.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I seek the connection to the south. So, I mean, I think that will, at least to me, be a point of discussion. Are we deciding to move that to the next?
If I understand staff correctly, we can strike TE1 from this application, but that doesn't preclude us from addressing it in the next item. I want to make sure that that's correct, because
That's true. You could hold it open and consider the two together. That might be easier.
Okay. All right. So we can hear them concurrently then. Okay. So item 25, which is the preliminary plat, which is C7089, the variance is required, and you want the variance. Is that correct?
We are seeking the variance, correct.
Yeah. The neighborhood to the south, those are public streets?
My understanding is...
That's sort of rhetorical. They are, I looked.
Yes, my understanding is that they're public streets.
And then these are public streets in your application here.
These will be private streets.
These are private, but it's open.
Well, the intention for this development is an office complex.
Okay.
So they will have access to Rockwell on the east side, and then internal circulation to the individual lots of the office complex, and then we'll have, we've got a stub to connect to future development to the north.
Okay. By the way, I should have mentioned, you had sent me an email, and you got the response that I couldn't respond.
Correct. I did receive that response. Okay. That was news to us, but we appreciate the insight.
I understand. Okay. Commissioners, questions for the applicant on this? And again, just so we're clear, we're hearing items 24 and 25 concurrently, both the preliminary plat and the site plan. We'll take separate motions on them when we get through, but just because of the connection issue. This is Ward 8, so I'll say, I mean, the letter from the Neighborhood Association, I'm very hesitant to connect, sort of torn because I'm hesitant to support connections between commercial development and residential development. I think that creates a compatibility problem. On the other side of that argument is that the city supports connectivity, particularly as it relates to public streets. The neighborhood to the south is not a private neighborhood street. Those are maintained by the city. There's a lot of great arguments that have convinced me that those are good. And so this is a bit of a stretch for me. I'm frankly a little bit torn. I don't know where other people stand on it, but I'm a little bit torn. The fact that your streets are going to be private, I'm also not big about putting the onerous responsibility on someone private to force themselves to connect and then repair their own streets because the city isn't going to do it. I'm sympathetic to that argument too. So, commissioners.
Yeah, a lot of these get developed, and then after the fact they come in and make the streets public. I mean, we see a lot of those items, right, where they come in and they say, well, we developed it to the city standards, and at this point we want to make it public. And I'm just, I'm worried about the connectivity issue, which we've made a very big part of the discussion.
To Commissioner Highsmith's statement, though, these are the streets are going to be in a common area, so they're not actually going to be to city standards.
They're not private streets. These are private drives, so just like an internal parking lot.
Correct.
Yeah, fair enough.
And your development is commercial and to the south is residential? Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I wouldn't put residential streets into a commercial development.
Any other comments? I don't have anyone signed up on this. Is there anybody that want to be heard on this matter today? If not, I'll take a motion again. You can start with item number 24. We do need well, actually we don't. We can approve item 24 because there is no variance there. We do variance on 25. So I need a motion on item 24.
Move approval of item 24.
Second. I have a motion and a second to approve the site plan for PUD 1300. Please cast your votes, please. And that site plan application is approved. I need a motion on the variance for item 25.
Move approval on the variance of item 25.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the variance to We approved it because it's showing a connection, but we're going to grant the variance, so they're not going to have to make it. That's the way I take it. Are you good with that? Okay. I have a motion and a second, correct, to the section 5.3.1 D5 of the subdivision regulations. Please cast your votes. And the variance is approved. Just need a motion on the item itself.
Move approval. Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the preliminary plat of C7089. Please cast your votes. And the application is approved. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience on that.
Item 26 is an application to close all the 20-foot platted alleys between Southwest 10th and 11th Streets, and also between South Agnew Avenue and South Youngs Avenue.
Good afternoon. Colin Walkie on behalf of the applicant, 3209 Northwest Expressway. This is simply a request to close a north-south, east-west alley down off of Agnew, primarily for security purposes. Just since March, there's been something along the lines of 11 police reports, damage to property back there, vagrants with needles, those sorts of things, people who are stealing items. There's a whole list, and there are two people who have signed up to speak on this, one of whom is the actual property owner. He owns 3/4 of that, if you all have any questions of him. The other one is a neighbor nearby as well, who can attest to the necessity of trying to secure this area. And that's the entire purpose behind this. The client intends on establishing gates that will allow accessibility for both municipal use as well as utilities. I've spoken with ONG's council. They understand that the need is for accessibility as well, and we're willing to address all of those concerns when the time comes to actually go down that process. With that, I stand open to any questions.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant? I'll just say, in talking with staff a little bit before the meeting, the issues that you've got utilities in those easements. I believe, in particular, it's the north-south easement where you've got sewer running. Is that correct? Is that right? And so the challenge is if those are closed and it's about being able to get in there to service those lines and deal with that. I mean, I don't know how we can approve an alley closure and still ensure that the city is able to access those lines if they need to be serviced or repaired.
Well, sorry.
I was just going to say, normally what we will do is we reserve our easement, so that allows us to be able to access at any time that we need to. I suppose if there was an emergency, we could cut the lock or whatever if we had to, if there was a break or something. But
So the easement would stay in place. It just closes the public accessibility of the...
Yes, sorry, I didn't have that. Yes.
Okay.
The easement would still be in place until they vacated it. And if they vacated it, then at that point, it would become private. And then that'd be just like we always do in district court. We reserve a easement still for our utilities.
And with regard to that comment, whether we actually end up vacating the alley or not might be a topic of discussion with staff going down the road. It's kind of a chicken or the egg situation with regard to us wanting to establish gates in those areas that have certain requirements as well. And so in that regard, we're not necessarily saying here today we're going to go seek to ultimately vacate this issue if there's a way that we can do it without that.
Got it. Commissioners, questions?
I think one thing we'd want to make sure of on that situation, then we put something in the ordinance that says that they maintain.
Yes.
They maintain
the area, mow it, clean it, yes. And they're already doing that is the irony of it.
So that if we were to approve it, that would need to be a technical evaluation?
I would say that. We need to start putting that in some of our ordinances, I think our closing ordinances, because we can't ever ensure that they're going to go on to district court.
So it would simply be that the applicant agrees to maintain the easement area?
I don't have the exact language, but I can come up with some to put in there.
Be thinking about it.
So obviously we've got a staff recommendation for denial. I'd just love to hear from staff on whether the discussion here fits a view that's appropriate for an approval.
And also, did I miss that the Stockyard City Urban Design Committee pass on?
Yeah, they approved it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah, they had that hearing and recommended approval of it.
And in that regard, To Commissioner Highsmith's point earlier about trying to envision what happens 100 years from now, if you read the denial, they're saying, well, this is the way it's always been. Well, right, but things change, and just a few years ago, we vacated alleys and we did all kinds of new developments down in that area.
I hear you on that, and I'm not going to disagree with myself, but on alleys, that goes to the connectivity question. I think today I can probably support closing the alley, but I will say if you come back and want to vacate it, I will probably have difficulties with that. I would like...
That will not come back to you. You're not going to
Right.
get the court to vacate.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Don't we see vacation? Well, in that case...
Your client owns...
He owns 3/4 of that area, yes.
The lots,
yes.
right. So the southeast corner is the only unowned corner?
If I recall, it's the area labeled R4 on our exhibit, on our sort of easement exhibit that is what he does not own, I believe.
Yeah.
Which affronts Young's Boulevard. So I know that I know staff has basically just a general policy of not closing alleys and things like that, and I get that. That's like the connectivity thing. I also, one of these easements is unimproved, and it was put in place in 1909. So I don't think we're going to get there, like in the sense that we're clearly not going to come improve it. Right. What's pretty persuasive to me is that the people that are surrounding this and own it agree that it's an issue and one it closed. It's not like one of the owners is here and we don't know the others. Everybody has access. It's a block. There's frontage there at 10th, 11th, Young's, Agnew. I'm not sure I see the value here. If anything, I feel like maybe to staff's chagrin, I'm doing us a maintenance favor longer term. But I don't see a problem with this application personally. I don't.
Jeff or JJ or anybody, could you guys maybe talk about the ideas and the benefits of preserving alleys? Obviously it's part of the comment here from staff is that the comprehensive plan calls for keeping these open and functional. Are we not talking about something that we should be?
The reason we like to keep not only alleys but kind of the traditional street grid open is because, as was mentioned, it's historically been that way. It's part of the urban form of this particular character, which is particularly significant in Oklahoma City. In fact, there is a fair amount of money dedicated to improving this particular corridor. And we don't know, as was pointed out, we don't know what's going to happen 10, 20 years down the road, and this is a permanent action. Now there's the vacation, or there's the closure, and then there's the vacation, and so it's an awkward situation. It'd be nice to maybe close but not vacate, or have some. And I don't know that there is an ideal situation in this case. I recognize the need to have this maintained, and that there are problems. But I don't know at the same time that we can allow that Public Works is comfortable closing off a public right-of-way, just a standard public right-of-way, which is, I think, why we're here. So hopefully that answers the question as to kind of why we take the position we do. And it's difficult to close these things because it is permanent.
Sure. So here's, from my point of view, this is anecdotal. This is from my own experiences in my profession, but we have clients all the time that are ready to cry because they lost the potential for alleys on projects. I get it if we're coming and we're saying we're going to close these because we've got a plan. We're going to do something with this land. And in that case, whenever it's about the accumulation of lots and we're going to do a big project and we need to close these, that's fine, but I want to see the project. If it's just closing it for the reasons discussed today, I get it. Nuisance, that sucks, but I don't know. I struggle with it. I think in the end, like the benefits of having alleys in areas like this are, I think we're going to kick ourselves. So I'm not going to necessarily make a big point and fight this guy, but
I
I'm just saying, to me, those are my concerns, and I think we should all consider those.
And if I can address that point just real quick, a couple of things. First of all, and I know the aerial view, and I don't know what photos you've been shared, but I can show you photos. These roads are, first of all, are not improved, so you can't go east-west all the way through. That's first and foremost. Second, north-south isn't much better, and we have people that are just flying through there in cars when our workers are trying to go back behind the buildings, and it creates a public safety hazard. And if you look directly to the east, while previously, on the prior plat that was just pulled up, it actually showed a pathway through there on the block east, that pathway doesn't exist there anymore. And so the reality of the situation is the only true accessibility would be from 11th to 10th Street, and no one should be driving through there and flying through there like they currently are and endangering the employees of these various businesses. And so there's great brand new sidewalks coming from the south and on the west side of that. So there's plenty of walkability, accessibility. All of those are industrial type businesses, and so it's not as though anybody needs access back there but for the businesses themselves.
Yeah, I'd love at some point if, I'm not trying to create more special sessions for this commission, but I'd love to just have a conversation outside of this venue where we talk about what our thoughts are on these.
So, if I may, given there is the Stockyards Urban Design Review Committee, which we actually have in this area, since they probably heard this out in quite a bit of detail, I'm a little torn like you too, Asa, but with their more detailed review of this in this area, and they care about the area, I'm going to lean in favor of that further detailed review.
Knowing this area, the theft and the public nuisance, yes, I completely agree. I would be for this.
Okay. Sounds like we're moving in a direction. Before we do, is there anyone here that wanted to be heard on this item today? I had 2 people sign up to speak, but I think your voice has been heard. There's nobody else who wants to be heard at this point. If somebody wants to make a motion, I'll take one.
I think it's my word. I'll make the motion, even though I'm not super excited about what we're doing here. I will make a recommendation to approve, given that I hope this commission continues the discussion in the future.
With the TE that they'll continue to maintain it? Was that a TE?
Yeah.
Sure.
Are you good with that language? So the applicant agrees to maintain the easement area?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend approval of CE 1010, subject to technical evaluation 1. Applicant agrees to maintain the easement area. Please cast your votes. And the application is approved.
Thank you.
Item 27 is an application to rezone 10900 Northwest 119th Street from PUD 789 to R2.
Good afternoon. Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, who is also here with us, and Brad Reed, who is a civil engineer. This is an application to go from the PUD that would allow commercial and office development to an R2 duplex development. It was continued from a couple meetings to allow us to have a neighborhood meeting, one of which Commissioner Clare was able to attend. And after the last meeting, my client and the neighborhood HOA president continued to work together, and ultimately resulted in yesterday morning an email being sent to Commissioner Clare from the HOA president, I believe retracting any protest. At the time of the meeting, what we tried to stress is if you look at how it's zoned now, you could build a 5 or I believe up to maybe 6-story hotel on this site. There's a situation like this similar up in Ward 8 next to the Turtle Creek neighborhood where you have 2 hotels that are built within, I think, 50 feet of a backyard fence. To me, that's a worse scenario for a neighborhood than having what I believe to be more of a traditional zoning pattern going from single family to slightly more dense before you get to the commercial that's along Northwest Highway. So all that being said, I believe the neighborhood is now in support. I don't know if anybody's here to speak against it, but at least the HOA president has indicated to me.
I don't have anyone signed up.
Okay.
I'll ask.
To Commissioner Clare that they are retracting their protest. So we'd be happy to answer any questions. We ask for your approval.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant on this?
I've already asked him.
Okay. I don't have anybody signed up. Is there anyone that wants to be heard on this matter? And if you're behind the board and I can't see you, raise your hand really high. Seeing none, I'll just say I think the neighbors are smart to have worked with this. I think this is a much better outcome for this neighborhood long-term, and I think it's very compatible, makes a lot of sense to me. So I don't know how everybody else feels, but that's my opinion on it.
Yeah, in the meeting I attended, the developer was very, willing to work with them, and those discussions continued over the next couple of weeks, and so I think everybody is pleased with the agreement they came to. So with that, I am happy to make a motion to approve PC 10621.
Second. I have a motion and a second to recommend approval of PC 10621. Please cast your votes. And the application is approved.
Item 20A is an application to rezone 3224 Northeast 23rd Street from C3 to I1.
My name is Solomon Soto. I own 3224 Northeast 23rd, Oklahoma City. Own an auto repair shop right now. Trying to rezone for from I1 to, C3 from I1 to put a car lot.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? We sort of just had this discussion. I would just say, again, and Mr. Warrior signed up to speak, and we'll let him be heard on it. But if you look at the map we're given, you can see where the consternation comes from. Not on the two-dimensional map the audience can see here, but the one that was included in our packets. There's automotive uses all over the place here, and this is where I get really torn, because this is clearly in line with the existing use pattern. I don't know how you look at this and say that it isn't. On the other hand, if there isn't some aesthetic needs here, I think you're going to be hard pressed to prevent this type of use. And it's kind of funny, because I was very in favor of, we had a PUD and we were holding to that. In this case, we don't have a PUD, and I think it's appropriate. So I don't know how the commissioners feel, if you have questions of the applicant, but.
Just to continue with that line of thought, I think at some point we do have to question, are we making a salvage lot district? If we prove enough of these in an area,
well, you already have one.
What it is at that point? You
have one.
Sure.
If you look at this map, that's what this is.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with everything you said. I agree with it. I do question, they seem to have a snowball effect. Right, we see a few of these. Maybe the lot next door is appropriate, it's similarly zoned, and soon you've got, a mile of 23rd that might be all salvage lot.
Well, and look, with all due respect too, it is. And one thing that that wasn't said in the last application, that there's a church here right across the street, which is opposing this. It's a metal building. It's a metal building with brick wainscoting. So what kind of aesthetic line are we going to try to hold if we make people come back with a PUD? What's that aesthetic line? Because that's a pretty high standard to ask a new person to have when you have an established appearance in a corridor. I
had also wondered if it's relevant which came first, the church or the lots, because if all these lots are around there and the church decides to be in the middle of them, great, but they can't complain about the neighbors. So is it relevant? And if so, can we figure out when did the church arrive?
I have no idea.
I was there before the church.
Okay.
How long have you owned that location,
10 years.
sir? You've had that location 10 years?
Yeah.
And you are the owner, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's an I-2 across the street, and that's an I-2.
There's I-2 to your west and to your north.
Yeah.
Yep.
And also it's another I-2 a little bit west.
Literally.
So that's all over I-2s. I just asked for I-1.
Commissioners, no questions for the applicant at this time. Mr. Warrior, do you want to be heard on this item? We're picking on you. You might as well come talk to us again.
As he walks up to the podium, I'm going to ask that first off, if Mr. Warrior, if you could explain, is this your street down here on the south side, Warrior Circle?
Let me identify myself. Zenford Warrior Jr., 5712 North Lottie Avenue. My family purchased property on Ray Avenue about 50 years ago. At that particular time, Ray Avenue was a dead end off of 23rd Street from that particular area. And I'm kind of getting to answer your particular question. And the reason why my father had purchased that particular property land, he bought about 10 acres of land just on the east side of Ray Avenue, 300 feet south of 23rd Street, because he, in the late 50s, he wore out a set of plans trying to find property that he was able to purchase because of the color of his skin, that he could go ahead and purchase for that particular area during the before the fair housing. After that, also those issues about getting financing from a lender in that particular area. At that particular time, red line was very prevalent in that particular area for that. So that was the reason why he purchased the property out that particular direction out there, to area there. In the early 70s, he did work with a lumberyard company and actually cut the streets throughout that particular area that is south of the proposed property that has and was able to name the streets and began developing several homes throughout that particular area that has been developed in that particular area. To answer your question there, I was disappointed that the applicant hadn't reached out, to my knowledge, to any single person with a particular made this application. I'm still not quite sure exactly what his plans are as to what he's plans on doing particular property. Currently, the property looks like a salvage yard to me in the back of the property there on the back side of the particular property. If you look at those, I think some pictures that you guys may have seen, it's some cars been there for decades. Just a bunch of junk, dilapidated types of materials back there they have for the particular area. So I'm not quite sure exactly what his plans are for that particular section of land that you have there. And you know, if you look, I mentioned before that maps 4 they have for you, and here's a throughout the last couple of weeks, there's been various articles in the Daily Oklahoma concerning maps 4 and how it's going to make some improvements out of particular city and how we're supposed to love our city. And this particular one is entitled Uncertain Welcome. Now just think about it. If you were on Midwest City Boulevard, coming from Midwest City, going to the state capitol, going to the west along 23rd Street, would you want to have a pleasant view as you approach the capitol, people there from out of state, from out of the city area, to make this look that particular area? Some of the projects that were listed within the 16 is talk about the beautifications of the particular type of areas throughout you have looking at for the area. If you start looking at Sooner Road and going to the west off of 23rd Street, it's a bridge goes right over there, North Canadian River. About back in the 90s, it was discussed about, it was some talk about that being a string of pearls. Some of you may remember, as you go back toward the North Canadian River, going back towards the west, towards the Reno area, that you have for that. There has not been as much development as maybe could have been between Coltrane Road and Bryant, because of the lack of city utilities, sewer lines. There's no sewer there in that area. The development that's going to be that is being proposed on 23rd and Ray Avenue, they have been able to hook into the sewer going to the east along Sooner Road area. They have for that. That's part of the reason possibly there hasn't been that much need developed except for these salvage yards, the various types of other types of areas with that. But you don't have to think about this particular property that's going down Ray Avenue. That property butts up to that particular addition, Warrior Heights addition, there to the south. Think about the quality of those people's lives in that particular area. Think about the air quality that may be affected by the industrial development in that particular area. I don't think we as Oklahoma City want to have that side of 23rd Street that goes to the Capitol to be just an industrial parkway. Area. You back there to the east, you have the Clara Looper corridor, which has pillars starting there in State 35, and that continues over there to on the other side of the Capitol near the Armory, near Interstate 235, that particular area. There is some proposal, there is some interest in the developer developing the property just north of the church, which is on the corner of 23rd and Ray Avenue. That church is a Seventh-day Adventist church, and there's some developers thinking about developing that into some multi-unit living, residential living in that particular area, with the area. If we continue, and I don't think that the Planning Commission, I don't think you as commissioners are wanting to turn that part of 23rd Street into a industrial park. If you continue to add to those industrial zonings, then that's going to have developers that are going to shy away from to develop that area. The particular property land that my family owns, that's about 7 or 8 acres along Ray Avenue, that is zoned as residential. It's going to be some difficulty for time if I'm going to be able to try to find some developer that wants to develop that residential, if that continues to add to and keep piling on, keep snowballing to the industrial zoning area with area. When I'm down onto Ray Avenue and clean up my particular property, weed eating and picking up litters, that type of thing, it was really strange to me one time this past August. I was out there early in the morning and doing some weed eating, clean up and so forth. A young man walked along Redbud Boulevard near 16th Street, and he walked up there towards Ray Avenue, toward 23rd Street, and came back, just take his individual walk. And then as he was coming back, he stopped and made a comment. I'm certainly glad you really are taking care of the property that you did. I really appreciate you picking up and trying to keep the property, because we really do want to make this a living and nice environment. That area that butts up there to the Warrior Circle, which is his particular property, is an eyesore. I don't know if you looked at the I-2 property just to the west. There, in that little park area, this very narrow area, it's about 2.5 acres. There are about 7 or 8 school buses that just been sitting there for quite a while. I'm not sure what they're doing with it.
But we can't do anything.
I understand that. I'm just simply saying that is simply the image that you're going to portray if you continue to pile on, keep piling on, and turn this into additional instructional zoning.
I think what's really ironic is you understand. I mean, we had this discussion on an earlier item, and we have that. We're very cognizant of that. I think what's different, at least for me in this case, and I need to get a question answered from staff. If I can, it would be helpful, is this guy's been there 10 years. This building has been there 10 years. This use has gone on for 10 years. My understanding is that the only reason that he's here is because he's changing something about his intended use, which requires the rezoning, or is it that he's not in compliance today? Can staff clarify that for me? Somebody? Anybody?
The school buses, they're on my property.
I know they're not. I know. I recognize that. This application is we're told, is because it's being used right now for auto repair.
Yes.
He wants to do auto sales.
Auto sales. It would be cleaner because
He
the
needs to
cars.
change the zoning to do the auto sales.
So C3 doesn't allow auto sales. I1 does, but C3 allows auto repair.
Yes.
Correct.
Right, which is why the gigantic property that has maybe thousands of cars west of this is zone C3 as well. So
Yeah, that's a C3 and that's a auto salvage.
yeah, I understand. I understand your argument. I can't speak for them. They can speak for themselves. I understand your argument. I think for me what's different here in this case is that you have someone who's owned property in this area for 10 years. If you look at the aerial of this map, this is consistent with what's going on everywhere around it until you get east of this property across the road of Ray Avenue. And I think it would be great if we could turn this corridor into something that was, more in line with what people would want it to be. But at the end of the day, at least for me, it's about the compatibility of the uses between what's there from a land use perspective. And is this use going to change, or are there incompatibility issues with surrounding properties? The answer is no. Well, for me, it is.
We should clarify, because I hadn't thought about this, but I mean, the point that you just made, and what staff said. I mean, technically, they're allowed auto salvage right now, right?
Yes. That's my point. All we're doing here is allowing the auto sales from someone who's been doing it for 10 years, they haven't been able to sell. And that doesn't change anything about the character of the use, in my view.
So I would think that an auto sales would be a step up from auto salvage, personally.
Yes. Yeah, I have a difficult time for it being auto sales if you have none of the area is paved at all. It's all dirt. It seems to be difficult to doing auto sales business in the various types of rain and that type of area with that. And I'm not exactly sure how this zoning is going to change its operations.
So, Mr. Ware, if I may, it's a little bit saying the same thing as him, but we clearly were open to all the comments you and the other gentleman made on the nearby property earlier. I think what they've said makes perfect sense. To go from auto salvage to auto sales, I mean, you're not going to overnight, nobody's going to open up a coffee shop on this corner, anytime soon. So to go from auto salvage to auto sales, it's maybe trending in the right direction. It's a positive. It's not already there's so many distinctions between this one and the other one. So all your points very well made earlier and on this one, but as they've said, the difference here of what is now currently zoned, it's compatible and maybe even a slight improvement to your point. It may not be a huge improvement, but it's the right direction and it's compatible. I also just want to go ahead and say, very much appreciate your comments. Acting chair gave you plenty of time, in particular because a lot of people in the room don't know you're here about every meeting. You actually care about the entire city. It's not just, by gosh, because this affects me. Very much appreciate that you're here most meetings. I'm not sure that even the applicant knows that, but you're here from beginning to end like us. So we particularly care about your comments, and they're very well received.
Okay, I certainly appreciate that. And as you said, I do look at all the various types of the city, and I look and see what type of development is occurring and how the city is growing. It seems as if this particular side of the city seems to be stymied because of some of the current conditions. If you look at, for example, in Reno, you have industrial development along that particular area, and there has been some difficulty as a type of a change of residential development that was proposed possibly to be built along Reno going east of Lincoln Boulevard. But because of the types of property or types of uses of that particular property now, that's something that's been put off. As I feel like that this is going to be this is something that's going to continue to have some problems with this particular area developed, and I really don't feel like that this is a very aesthetic view for our residents of Oklahoma City as we go back and forth to the state capitol. That particular part, that particular stretch of 23rd has close to 28,000 vehicles that go through there every day. At the corner of Northeast 23rd and Ray Avenue, there's a bus stop. There's therefore children from elementary, middle school, and high school that get on and off their particular bus at that particular intersection also. And I just feel like that continuous redevelopment of this particular area as an industrial is going to have a detriment effect on the safety of those children as they enter and exit the bus stops.
Thank you, Mr. Warrior. I do have somebody else that signed up to speak, and I want to be sure we hear from them. I'm terribly sorry I cannot read your handwriting. I can't read. Michael, I think is the first name. I can't make out the last name. No? Is there anybody else that wants to be heard? Okay, commissioners, discussion on this?
Yeah, I'll just add that I understand all the points about the current character of the area, but I also understand and appreciate the comment of it could be an improvement to move to auto sales versus the auto repair. But that's not what we're voting on. What we're voting on is moving to I-1.
Yep.
And so because we're moving to I-1, when this particular owner decides to sell to somebody else, we are still increasing the allowed intensity of this land. And that's my concern is I feel like 23rd Street, if we're going to improve 23rd Street, improve that corridor, we need to be trying to tone down the intensity. That's why I'm opposed to this unless there can be some type, unless we had a PUD where we can try to have some mitigation measures, because I think that's appropriate, especially since it abuts a residential area. So I'm against changing the zoning. I hope that there are ways, regardless of whether this proposal is approved or not, that we can maintain the area in a more presentable way. So that's my point.
It's a good point.
Do we need to, is he open to that?
Yeah. The alternative to a straight rezoning of your property is to rezone the property into a PUD, which would allow you to include that singular use into your existing uses now. You'd have to amend your application. It would take a little bit of time, but I think I'm in agreement with Commissioner Pennington that that's probably the appropriate course of action. Are you agreeable to that?
Yeah. It would not require an additional fee, would it?
I don't believe it would. It would require an additional fee, really?
Just be the difference between the rezoning application and the Spud. I think it's $300.
Oh, okay. So it's not a whole separate fee.
Not a whole new application. We just
cost.
apply the difference.
And he would have to renotice that, though, correct? Okay, so
unlike another application where they said, well, by gosh, we only have so much time, we're only going to be here for 3 years, we're going to be out of here. If you're longer term minded and you don't mind the extra time, we hate to do, but if we're sympathetic to the neighbors as well. So if you have more time, and unfortunately there's a little bit more of an application fee, you'd be able to accomplish what you want to do there, but it would be in a more controlled fashion, similar to earlier.
Yeah, so we would deny your application today,
Okay.
and then you could refile it as a PUD and come back, correct?
Okay.
Or, no, we don't want to do that. We want to continue it.
Continue.
Until February?
Yeah, defer it, until February, first meeting in February.
You have to tell me what that is. February... 13th.
JJ, one point of clarification on the discussion that we've had here today. Are we positive that auto salvage is allowed in C3?
It's non-conforming.
Okay.
Non-conforming.
Non-conforming.
So why the
Maybe.
So why the
We'd have to
C3 is auto
investigate it and
salvage?
see.
Why the C3 is auto salvage?
Well, they're
Because-
saying that it's a non-conforming use, meaning I suppose that it was there prior to.
Yeah, I understand this one's legally non-conforming. I'm not sure the status of the other ones, but how long they've been there. We could look into it.
The zoning on sites is site-specific, so your situation could be different from a site next door to you depending on how long they've existed and a variety of other factors. But if you're amenable to that, I think that's the right approach, and if you're not opposed to it, I'm going to ask for a motion at this time. Are you agreeable to the February 13th continuance? Yeah. Okay. And then if you'll get with staff after this meeting, they can help you. I'm assuming you guys were willing to help here with the application.
Okay. All right. That's it?
In that case, I move that item number 28 be continued to the February, sorry, I already missed the date.
13th
meeting.
I have a motion and a second to continue PC 10632 to February 13th, 2020. Please cast your votes. And the item is continued.
Item 29 is an application to rezone 1308 North Pennsylvania Avenue from SPUD 65 to SPUD 1173.
Is the applicant present? No? Applicant not here? We'll, unfortunate, we'll push this item to the end of the agenda for now.
Item 30 is an application to rezone 1620 North Blackwelder Avenue from SPUD 942 to SPUD 1162.
My name is Jeff Struble, 1111 Northwest 15th Street. We are doing 4 Airbnbs at this property. We've already remodeled the building, and I guess we kind of got down a little later, and the city redid some of their zoning, so we've had to try to do a variance, and they approved us to do 2, and then we had to come do this to get 4. So that's what we're here to do, is to have some Airbnbs in the Plaza District.
Commissioners?
You going to be back for the next two?
Do what?
You going to be back for the next two for Airbnbs? Right. So you have 4 total?
Oh, no. What?
I meant to the Board of Adjustment for the...
Yes.
My question is, the trailer?
Yeah, the Airstream, and then also we're adding Airstream and a courtyard in between the two buildings. To
That's what I was referring to. That's going to be plumbed into sewer and water?
No, that'd just be, it has a little holding tank and its own water. It's more just for kind of looks and kind of have a fun little whimsical look there in the courtyard. And we have the Airstream already that's been used for kind of retail in the parking lot next to it. So we were just trying to find another use for it that we have a nice sized courtyard between the buildings to kind of have some fun with it.
I mean, these are super popular. I've stayed in Airbnbs that are in Airstreams. I get it. And this is something we'll have with this discussion. There's no easy way to do this with our zoning code. I mean, how do we get somebody to the answer of doing this type of use? And unfortunately, nobody, our zoning code didn't predict that people would be interested again in Airstreams and lodging in them. So I think, you had a chance to look at this, obviously. Comments on the TEs, the technical evaluations. Obviously, number one is in regards to adding, removing. They've asked to remove the campground use. And I'm going to assume, go ahead.
Well, and we didn't know how to go. That was what we were suggested to put in there to be able to use this. And we did specify that Airstream, so nothing else can be put there, just that unit only. So if there's another way we can word that,
JJ, obviously, how do we get to an answer where they can do what they are looking to do?
And at least, is there some way to limit the number? Can we just say it can only be this one, or is there a way to make it into tracks and say it can only be in this spot?
It's limited in the MDS. It says specifically that this use is limited to one 25-foot Airstream.
Yeah,
an RV or a trailer like this is not eligible for home sharing or lodging. It can't meet any building codes. Your only option is to zone this as if it were an RV campground and allow the one trailer.
Sure. We're all, you're making that face, but we're making it because of how the zoning is defined, right? I mean, if we're considering strictly what the plans are, there's no problem.
My face is about the concept. I'm like, if you want to stay there, go ahead. I'm for people staying there, but
you would.
Absolutely not.
I think they are very popular.
Well, and the Plaza Association's in favor of the neighborhood. Everything says that, it's good. And two, that's what we did just once. We're not having a trailer park or anything. It's just one, and it's going to be behind a fence in a courtyard in between two buildings. So
I mean, we had an item here, not maybe last meeting, but the meeting before, where there was an entire development.
Yeah, on the river.
On the river, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's popular. So.
And that's where we got the word and verbiage from there.
We just call it a Christmas decoration?
There you go. We have a grease trucks that come out and suck out our there's grease holding tanks for the restaurants back there, and they can do the same for that.
They access from an alley?
There's a parking and alley behind, yes.
Other questions of the applicant? I do not have anyone signed up to speak on this, so clearly to the applicant's point, the neighborhood is in support because we know they call when they're not. So,
can we make our way through the rest of the TEs real quick?
Sure.
The TE2 says commercial lodging use must be removed. Is that also specific to the Airstream? Or is that just to Airbnb itself?
It's just not necessary in this situation. He has the home sharing use.
Okay.
With the 4 home shares in the building.
With that? Mm-hmm. Commercial trash dumpster shall not be permitted You okay with that?
Yeah, we have dumpsters in the parking lot. That's, because we have existing dumpsters in the parking lot. That's not going to affect.
They're not on the site, so.
Yeah, they're not, they're all, yeah.
And they've asked for a revised site plan to include only the Spud property. Is that something that can be handled after this meeting, or do we need it?
Yeah, and their site plan includes more property than the Spud, and the airstream is encroaching over on the property to the west, so it will need to be moved onto the property if you're inclined to approve it. And
so this lot that it's shown on is over the line?
Yeah, that's not part of the Spud, so they'll need to move that over.
We could move the line over, the property line?
Well,
move the trailer.
If you're planning on it being where it's shown, then I guess our Spud would have to include that lot, which I assume you own as well?
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. So we'd like to include that lot in the Spud, yes.
Yeah?
That poses a problem.
That poses a problem.
Yeah.
You have to go back and start over and re-notify. Or you could just move the trailer a little bit.
Yeah, you'd have to either decide if you can make it work on the lots that were submitted.
Could we continue this and do that? We'll just continue that.
So that would be February 13th again, right, to give time to amend it, or can we do it sooner than that? You think we can do it in January?
Let's go to January 9th.
January 9th?
Well, let's move that farther. I'm going to be out of town.
Okay, February 13th?
13th, that sounds good. All right.
All right. Well, I'll make a motion to continue this to the February 13th meeting.
Second. I have a motion and a second to continue SPUD 1162 to the February 13th, 2020 meeting. Please cast your votes. And the item is approved. We're going to take, before we go to the next item, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll start back in here just shortly after 4 o'clock. All right, well, we'll go ahead and get started. Jeff, you want to call the item?
Next item is 31, well, actually 31's been continued, so 32 is an application to rezone 19,000 Terra Place from R1 to PUD 1736.
Good afternoon. Tim Johnson with Johnson Associates here on behalf of the applicant, Beautiful Restoration. And here today on behalf of Beautiful Restoration is Kayleen and Lisa, who are the founders, and there's several other members of their board and other supporters here, and I'm going to ask them to stand up here in a minute. But this has been a long time coming to you. Many of you have received a lot of emails, a lot of information has been passed back and forth on this project. We originally made the submittal, just by way of background, back in August 23rd. We sent emails out to members of the Rushbrook neighborhood initially on the 23rd because we had worked with them on a plat that was for the same piece of property a couple of years earlier. And so those are the names we had. We did not have a name of a president or anything, so we sent that out. Didn't hear anything back. We set up a meeting. We did have a meeting with everybody at the site. It was well attended, probably 60, 70 people there. It was a heated meeting, a lot of discussion. We were taking a lot of notes. As a result of that, we modified the document and sent it back. There was a person in the room that had agreed to be the go-between, and we also had a sign-in sheet, so we did have some emails, so we sent it to everybody we had an opportunity to send it to. And pretty much after that, we went to kind of like radio silence. There was no interaction back and forth. The council staff reached out to some of the emails they were receiving. We weren't receiving them, but the city staff was, and tried to get another meeting set up. We had a meeting set up, and then at the last minute got canceled, and that was in October, I believe. We continue to make revisions to the document based on some of the emails and comments that were being conveyed to us through Councilman Nice's office. And then we finally reached a point that we felt like we were negotiating against ourselves on making changes because we really didn't know what their issues were. And then in November, early November, Kelly Work contacted me, said he was about to get engaged, and asked if we would continue the item to today. Once he was engaged, we agreed to do that, and so that's another month. And in that month's time, we had one meeting in the council office with Kelly and one of his clients. It wasn't a productive meeting. It was there was a lot of things that they just didn't like about our use that were conveyed. We have continued to work on the document. Councilman Nice requested that Mr. Work try to prepare a letter to us with outlining the concerns and conditions. We received that. I think it was some 20-some-odd items. We did respond to that earlier this month. There was a couple of things in there that we thought we could agree to, and we made that notation, but there had been no further conversation. So that kind of brings us to today. And with further conversation, I'm going to open this up by stating that we are going to make additional changes, but let me go through the application as it is today. So our application is to simply utilize this piece of property that our clients own. It has a couple of existing structures on it, this and a former mansion. I think it was an older governor's mansion historically. It has some outbuildings over here, and it has some paved entrances and some parking up in here that they are currently using that building for their women's Bible study now. They have an agreement with the church. The church allows them to park, and they have a pathway they walk across a small low area to get to their building because they have a limited number of parking spaces on the site today. Part of their ministry is The restoration of women is to help them if they need a hand up. And over the years, they've been doing this 4.5 years, and over the years they've helped a number of women who have changed their lives, turned themselves around. And some of that took living in their homes, staying with them, to give them an opportunity to save up enough money to put a down payment on an apartment. I did ask Kayleen to give me a description of the people they've helped, and off the top of her head, she could think of 51 people that they have helped through situations, and out of that, 11 that she personally had in her home. None of them came from a current domestic situation, abuse, or drugs, alcohol, or participated in any of the threatening behavior, any other threatening behavior. All persons we assisted are living whole and healthy lives and are contributing members of society. Many have gone on to now consult and counsel and serve in the areas that they were struggling in. So it's a reformation for women to change their lives, turn themselves around. That's the request for the tiny homes. And we've isolated those, as you can see on the map, to a very specific area that's several hundred feet away from the nearest home. Some of the uses that we had requested, one was the ability to put a limited-sized coffee shop on Danforth. We're going to take that out of the application. The existing mansion has been renovated, and they want to utilize it for small events, and then have the ability to do other events in the future if they can raise the money to build additional event space. And so that's located here. And the concern that we heard was potential noise of the outdoor use. So as part of revisions that we're making today, we're going to restrict the outdoor use on Sunday through Thursday from 7 a.m. to dusk. And on Friday and Saturday, we want to leave it like we have it in the application now, and that's 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. The PUD further restricts the use of the outdoor venue by not permitting any alcohol use. The size of the building that's there now will limit the amount of users that can be used. It's an old house. It has small rooms inside. It does not have a big open space, so it's going to be something that somebody may want to hold a bridesmaids gathering or something like that, or a graduation ceremony, something like that. We do show on the plan some parking areas that on the west side. It is intended in the PUD that would be impervious surfacing, either reinforced grass or some decomposed granite. Similar to what you do at the fair, you park on the grass for that 10 days and then they take the rest of the year to regrow it. This would be much less impact, obviously, because there may be an event maybe once a month, twice a month. So that's currently shown over there. In addition to the parking beyond that side, we have a 50-foot landscape buffer requirement over there. And then I'll show you in a minute, there's some sections that we've drawn where the property on our west, when that developer did Rushbrook, which the Rushbrook property was all part of this estate at one time. The Rushbrook developer, in order to develop the west side of the property, had to borrow dirt from this side. So there's some deep cuts. There's like 5-foot cuts along our west and southwest corner. There's retaining walls there now. So that puts those homes quite a bit lower than our property. And with the site screening, we're calling for a 6-foot fence and a landscape berm and buffer. The staff, in their recommendation for approval, feels like we've adequately screened that. And so I'll show you that in a minute. One of the big points of discussion that has come up since our last modification of the PUD, and that was based on staff review, we added the use unit for domestic violence. That was something the staff had recommended that we do. I think misunderstanding the mission and the type of people that were going to be here, We are going to remove that use unit out. We've met with the staff and described the use. We're not a shelter. We're not going to be providing, like the YMCA does, a protected shelter for battered women. That's not what this is. This is an area of small homes that would allow for somebody to stay a day, a week, a month to get on their feet. As I described in the reading of the type of people they're working with, we're not dealing with drug addicts or ex-prisoners, which is a lot of the data that has been spread around. Obviously, they're going to continue to do their mission work through Bible studies and counseling. Those uses are permitted as well in this tract. And so, just to make sure I've covered everything, we're going to delete the domestic violence use unit.
Real quick on that, Tim, by deleting that use unit, what will you need to replace it with in order to preserve for the application the use of tiny homes? Because do you need to do anything, or is that fully covered by R4?
That's covered by the multifamily, which is the way we had it originally.
The reason you included the use unit for domestic violence was that outcropping on your map there to show that that's where it was going to be included. Is that the deal?
Right.
Okay. All right. I'm with you now. That makes sense.
So I already talked about the reduced hours of outdoor activities, and we are also willing to delete the coffee shop. I mentioned that earlier. And I know that was some concern, having a mid-block retail use like that. So I apologize, it's hard to see. So we've cut a couple of sections on the west side there where there's the most deep retaining walls, and Kelly's got some pictures he's going to show you of some of those retaining walls. But as you can see, here's the house. There's a retaining wall. If you put a 6-foot fence, our language in the PUD says we're going to put berms in here and landscape. So even at the section where the cars are, with the additional 50 feet, we're some 105 feet away from the back of the house. Here's a view of one of the yards that does not have a retaining wall. Same thing, we've got a berm, we've got landscaping over a 6-foot fence. So the advantage of the berm allows us to get that landscaping a little taller, a little sooner. And so we've agreed to do that in the PUD. These pictures on the bottom show some of the what some of those backyards look like from the around our site. So one thing we wanted to also discuss is the radical difference between the very, very limited uses in this PUD document that's before you now. This is our property. This is Rushbrook neighborhood. This yellow tract was a zoning tract that was approved by you all at your last meeting. It is a mixed-use project, which also includes the outdoor entertainment use unit, and with no restriction. It includes a lot of retail uses, unrestricted retail uses, and it also includes multifamily. So that was approved by you at the last meeting. I was here at the last meeting. There was no protesters for that. So we just wanted to point that out. It's not like we're doing something unequitable here when we've got the exact, much more intense use west of Rushbrook than what we're proposing. We have a 17.5-acre site that we are.
Tim, I apologize. Mm-hmm. Could you also describe, if you know, and it's okay if you don't, what with that PUD that's already been passed by the City Council that's to their west?
It hasn't gone through City Council.
That's right, it has not gone through.
It was approved by us at the last meeting in November, so it still has to go before City Council.
It still needs to go before City Council. Mm-hmm. Do you recall what the screening was that we approved for that? Do you know? It's okay if you don't, because it wasn't your deal. But.
When you find it, Mark, bring it up.
I'm sorry if I'm throwing you off. You can
okay.
move on.
Mark Zitzel, 1 East Sheridan Avenue, Johnson and Associates. The screening was the typical language that a 6-foot fence, no greater than an 8-foot, would be required. They also did have I believe it was a 20-foot setback around the property adjacent to the residential uses. And I have both the staff report that recommended approval, the meeting minutes, and the exhibits in the document, if you would like that.
Now, I'm going to have to interject a couple of points here, because I dug this out to make sure that we had all of our facts straight. So from our packet last time, in reviewing the minutes of the last meeting, that's not entirely accurate, okay? So the tract to the west of the neighborhood that we approved was broken into 2 tracts. There was a tract 1 and a tract 2. The tract 1 affronts the eastern side of Western, right, which is where outdoor was allowed. Tract 2 is multifamily, which we limited to 200 units. Right. And so the other thing that is a little misleading about that, there was a discussion in my notes about the use of the fast food drive-through window, and we actually even made you move that from the north side down. I think it was 150 feet for fear that the drive-through speaker would be a problem for the neighborhood, right? So
it wasn't us, but
I know, but I'm just saying you've got this drawing that we're all staring at that they can't see, which shows the entirety of that tract, and before people start having coronaries, we did not approve an outdoor recreational use for that, the entirety of this tract. That did not happen.
I agree.
Okay.
And I was aware of that. Right. So what I was going to say is that we have a 17-acre piece of property that we're using. I did agree that we would increase the percentage of open space, and we're willing to put that at 75%. We have the standard language in there.
Which was 30 right now, right?
30, correct. Because it is their intent to retain the natural beauty of the property, retain the trees, retain the pond, and we're going to nestle these tiny homes in and around the pond, closer to the trees. The rest of the property is kind of an open field with sporadic trees here and there. The ones that remain around the mansion are sizable trees, and they want to keep them. As I mentioned, they have restored the mansion. It's a usable house and can be used as a house. You'll note that in the PUD we did retain the ability, let's say that 10 years from now they decide to move their mission somewhere else. So this is the final plat that was approved by you all back in late 16, I think. And so that's the only use that we remain in there besides the restrictions in the PUD. The R1 is still permitted, and then we added these limited uses that we're proposing today for the venue, entertainment venue, the 25 tiny homes, and the counseling and church-related type uses along the frontage. That's what it's down to. And we did beef up the language pursuant to hearing different things, reading different emails about the landscaping around the perimeter and the fencing. All that was cleared up in the document. And I think with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have questions for the applicant at this time?
I got one. My understanding is that the property owners have already been having events?
Yes, they've had some events on the site. They've got their special use permit to have the event.
What kind of events have they had?
They had a tent meeting, they had some bands, some music. They had a bonfire celebration. They had an open house to the mansion when they finished it.
Are we aware, has the city received official complaints from the neighbors on those events? Do we have that information?
And can we verify that they indeed did receive the permits as well?
Yeah, we can verify that.
I'm not aware of any
You're not saying you are verifying that. You're saying you have the ability to verify that.
We have the ability to verify what permits have been issued there.
Yep.
Yes.
But are we aware if there's been any official complaints? Has the neighborhood called the police to complain about noise or the city in any way?
Not that I'm aware of, but I could find if there's records on that as well.
Just curious, because if we're going to talk about that use,
We've not heard of anything.
if they had events, whether, they were indeed a nuisance enough to receive a call to the city. I also wonder if the chairman feels it's appropriate or not. Obviously, we have a lot of letters of protest, and a lot of them mention some of the same issues.
Yeah.
And I was just curious if it made sense, because I feel like some of these, I question whether it's within our purview to even address. And so rather than...
Well, so I appreciate you bringing that up. Are there other questions for the applicant, though, before we sort of go down this road? Does anybody have other questions?
Yeah, Tim, if you could just kind of address some of the things that I am imagining. You can't watch the audience, our friends' reactions, but I can, so I'm gonna interpret what I think some of their questions logically are. The first one is, in what way, if any, will beautiful restoration screen or in any way background check the people who they are anticipating will be staying in the tiny homes? What is the process, procedure for that?
So their current protocol is what they've been doing for 4.5 years is that they are usually introduced to these women through the Bible study. It's open on Thursday nights. It's open to anybody who wants to come. People find their way there through word of mouth, and that's when they find out what somebody's needs are. And as I read, none of the people that they have helped are in a current crisis mode. They're recovering from a divorce or recovering from, drug use in the home where they had to leave. And so that's behind them when they get to them. So.
If I can interject on that point, so I was thinking about what frankly, to Commissioner Highsmith's point, what the purview of our review is here. And one thing that I was curious about, and I had asked Kelly Work to circulate this, which he did, when they put in the domestic abuse use unit, that's a use unit that has a special permit application, and that special permit application requires certain things, and there was one that was an example that he did circulate, and I think you guys all got copies of that. And at that point, to me, what's required by the special permit would be within our review from a zoning standpoint. By removing that use unit out of the application, I don't think that it's within our purview to review, to question, to understand exactly who may be coming and going from a property, whether or not someone is screened or background or rents or buys. I think at the end of the day, it limits our ability to do that objectively. And I would just ask Municipal Counselor's Office if essentially you kind of agree with that. I think that is outside the view of what would be within our zoning kind of use density purview because that use unit's been removed.
I would agree with that. I think that we're looking more at the land use and whether or not this use is appropriate, not specifically what type of people are going to be living there or, screening people. You can have anybody. We don't do that in our R1 or multifamily or anything else. We don't go and see who's going to be living there. So
the question with which we are legally allowed to take into consideration is whether the density is appropriate and that particular land use, as far as the tiny homes are concerned, whether that is appropriate. That is the question of what we are allowed to make decisions about.
I would agree with that. You can also make compatibility issues, public health and safety. There's a whole list of things that are listed in the statute that you can consider. I don't have the statute right in front of me, but it's...
But one of the things I would say is not in there is the background or specific information about people that may or may not occupy the property.
Gotcha.
Other questions, Commissioner Pennington, for the applicant? Commissioners, other questions? So here's I'm just going to say a couple things at the outset, and this is really to Commissioner Highsmith's point in some respects. We got a lot of emails and a lot of follow-ups. And if you sent me a direct email and you put my name on it, you should have gotten a response back that at least acknowledged that I received it. If you sent us a form, I didn't respond to it, but I got a lot of them. And I think in the nature of being respectful of all of our time, what I'd like to do is, at this point, I'm going to ask Kelly Work, who's here representing a collection of folks, to speak on their behalf. I'd also like to hear if there are representatives from the HOA that are present, a representative from the HOA. I'd like to hear from them. Other than that, we are keenly aware of the following issues. That there is immense opposition from the neighborhoods that surround this project. That there are concerns about noise and late operation. That lighting and spillover lighting from the use is a concern. That traffic is a concern. That property values are a concern of yours. That use and compatibility issues have arisen in your discussions and in your emails to us. There's an elevation issue here that we are aware of from your emails and have had time to sort of review on our own and we'll discuss as a group. Fencing concerns and visual obstruction, safety and security, trash, drainage and runoff, privacy. We heard you. We hear you. We will address those issues. To me, those are issues that are within our purview to consider, and they're going to be a part of that discussion. But we don't need 30 people to tell us that up here, okay? So, Mr. Work, if you want to lead us off here and walk through, on behalf of your clients, the opposition to the application, I think we'll hear that and then have a chance to have an initial discussion. Tim, I'll just tell you right out of the gate, I told you this when we talked, for me, this outdoor recreation thing is real tough, and that's why I went back and looked at the application we did last time and reviewed notes that I had, and we made a big discussion about it. It's going to be a big hurdle for me. Just to tell you that up front. Mr. Work.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and members of the Commission. My name is Kelly Work, and I am here as an attorney representing a group of residents from the Rushbrook neighborhood, which is the neighborhood that is immediately west and south. It wraps around the south end of the subject property, and then also from the Stonebriar neighborhood, which is the neighborhood, the residential neighborhood that is on the north side of Northwest 192nd Street, directly opposite the subject property. And I understand that there are a number of residents that have been here today, and some of them may have had to depart, but there are people here also from the Trails residential neighborhood, which is the neighborhood that is to the east of the subject property. So those three neighborhoods, Stonebriar to the north, Rushbrook to the west, and the Trails to the east, are represented here today. I do want to say at the outset that we are now first learning from Mr. Johnson's comments today of these proposed changes. We'd not been made aware of that before this moment. And so if there are changes that are being made to the proposed PUD, we haven't seen them. And if there are going to be changes made, we certainly would like to have an opportunity to review them and consider the impact on both the proposed PUD and the issues that we're raising. So I just want to make sure that's clear. We've made an effort, Mr. Chairman, to limit the number of persons that will speak today, and but I do want to just bring the Commission's attention that there are a number of people who are here in opposition to this application. I'll just ask them to show their opposition with a show of hands at this time. And so there may be others that wish to speak that have not been part of our sort of committee that has been organizing the communication and efforts in response to the PUD, but we've tried to make an effort to limit that. I know there will be at least 2 or 3 additional representatives from perhaps each of those neighborhoods that will want to address you. I do want to just, I've got a fairly recent aerial photo that this is from the county assessor's records. So this is from April of this year. So this is about 8 months ago. I'm not sure how recent the photo is that is attached with your staff report. But this gives you, I think, a pretty good sense of kind of where we are in relation to the location of the subject property and what's existing surrounding it. And this is, of course, western here to the west. Northwest 192nd Street is on the north edge of the property. The subject property is outlined in red. It's kind of this pear-shaped piece. It's 16 acres in size. You can see this is the area, the neighborhood that is immediately to the west that is just now being completed. So there are many new homeowners that have just moved into Rushbrook and that are still moving in, and there likely has been additional construction that has been either begun or completed even since April of this year that is probably not reflected on this aerial. But so you can just see, I mean, essentially the Rushbrook neighborhood just wraps around this property on the west and extends all the way around east of the southeast corner of the property. This piece that you're seeing there that's between the subject property and the Trails neighborhood is the Westwood Church of Christ. It is not a part of this application. It's not affiliated with the applicant, as I understand it. So the church owns the property that is immediately next door, and then there's the Trails to the east, and then, as I mentioned, there is Stonebriar that is across the street to the north. There is a pond on the property on the eastern edge of the subject property, so you can see that where these proposed uses that they are talking about, including outdoor entertainment uses, would be just by virtue of the property that it's available. It's going to be oriented towards the western portion of the property, which is directly adjacent to the Rushbrook homes. And Mr. Johnson mentioned that there is a pretty significant change in the elevation as you go from the subject property west to Rushbrook, and I've got some photos that I'll hand out in a moment. So that just gives you a sense of that this property is really in the middle of this residential area that is developed and currently developing, and so there's no question that what happens on this property is going to have an impact on the surrounding neighborhoods, and so we've got some concerns about some of the specific uses that they're proposing to make. Let me go ahead now and I'll pass around these photos just so you can see, and I just received these this afternoon before the meeting. I did show them to Mr. Johnson, but it's just an example. These are photos that are taken at different points along that west boundary between the subject property and the Rushbrook neighborhood, and you'll see some of the retaining walls. And it'll just give you a sense of the change in elevation, just so you know. The proposed PUD is asking to be allowed to do a number of commercial uses that would, in our view, have effects that would extend beyond the boundaries of the subject property, and that, in our opinion, are incompatible with residential neighborhoods. They have the commercial uses that they have listed as permitted uses include the participant recreation and entertainment indoor use, participant recreation and entertainment outdoor use, and I understand from Mr. Johnson's comment today that they do intend to remove the fast food restaurant use, if I hear him correctly, which was to be limited to a deli and coffee shop. So I understand they are proposing to eliminate that. They do still, however, have a retail sales and services use that they are proposing to include as part of the PUD, and also they're seeking permission to have personal services restricted, which is one of the city's commercial use units, that those uses would also be allowed as the part of the PUD. I'm going to address the issue, and I want to take issue a little bit with the suggestion that it's not an appropriate consideration for the commission to consider what the nature of this use is and who the participants are proposed to be, because it's not merely an R4 multifamily residential use that's being proposed here. As we understand it, these tiny homes are intended to be for transitory occupation by persons who are participating in this program. These aren't going to be their homes where they're going to be living permanently or even for the term of a lease. They're going to be there to participate in some program as receiving services that are being provided by this applicant. Now, in our view, and that's the difficulty that we've had as we've worked through this process, we have asked, they've not provided an explanation or a description of what is the nature of the program that they're proposing to establish at this site. Now, they are today, for the first time we're hearing, saying that, oh, we'll remove the domestic violence shelter use. But they've indicated previously that those persons that are victims of domestic violence would be included among the participants in this program. So, in our view, there needs to be a definition of what exactly is the proposed use that they are seeking to get approval for. They have included, and they will in different places make reference to the fact, they'll say, well, it's low impact institutional neighborhood related. Well, that's one of the city's zoning code use units. But that contemplates a use that is like a church, and it specifically states that it is intermittent. So it contemplates an intermittent use. So this program that they're now describing, which they're now saying is not domestic violence shelter, so therefore that's resolved, that doesn't resolve it, at least as far as we're concerned, because they've not defined what the use is and identified what the use unit category is that would be appropriate in order to consider whether or not it's a permitted use under this PUD. It's not merely R4 multifamily. They clearly do have a program they're intending to implement on this property. They now say, for the first time today, it's not a domestic violence shelter. It needs to be defined what it is and determine what use unit category. It's also transitory. It's a transit. Is it like a motel? Is it transitory lodging? Is it like a commercial use? Are these people going to be paying rent or overnight stays? It's just not clear, and we believe that it needs to be clear under the terms. If this property is going to be rezoned to allow this use to occur, it needs to be clear what it is, and then if it is a use unit that contemplates that they're going to be providing some kind of social service kind of use to the persons that will be participating in the program, then there needs to be consideration about, well, what kind of provisions need to be included in the PUD to make sure that there's adequate safety, security, both for the participants in the program and for the surrounding neighborhoods, because it has the potential to affect the surrounding neighborhoods. The only information that we've been provided in response to our questions about what is the nature of the program are very general terms about, well, we're helping hurting humanity. And in our view, in order for the commission and the city council to make a land use decision about whether or not it's appropriate for this program to be established on this property, there needs to be a description of the program, what it is, who are the participants that are going to be included, et cetera.
Mr. Work, if I may, I'm going to interject on that point just because I don't want you to get too far down another road. At this point, they have defined it, and it's clearly defined as what would be allowed, and that is R4, General Residential District, 8200.12, limited to tiny houses built in keeping with the design and the aesthetic character of the development in the surrounding area. Tiny homes must be ancillary to the low-impact institutional. So whatever they do, it has to be within the confines of what those use units would allow, and if they were doing something that wouldn't, they'd be violating the zoning of the PUD itself. Similarly, it is well beyond our purview to decide in any case. I can't think of any case where we've had an applicant come forward and say, I'm going to build an office complex and it's going to be an oil and gas company, or I'm going to build an office complex and it's going to be a medical, family medical office. They come and they say, I want O2 zoning. And we either decide that it's compatible or we don't. We don't ask what the nature of their patients will be. We don't ask. Now, which is the point earlier, if there's an introduction of a use unit, which to Mr. Johnson's credit and point was the advice initially of staff, which it was determined later was not correct, it didn't need to be done, he included the domestic violence shelter, which I think does ratchet up for us because City Council has spoken on that matter and they set forth a special permit requirement that for that exact use unit of what would have to be done and what would have to be said. I read what you provided word for word, and it really is nothing more than a business plan. It's very touchy-feely and gray, the same way that you're describing their application. It's because the zoning doesn't require them to provide a very specific, here's who can come in and out of the property. That's not what zoning does, and it shouldn't be what zoning does.
Well, with respect to your point, Mr. Chairman, the special permit ordinance does, in fact, require that you identify the description of the program. If you're doing a domestic violence shelter, it requires you identify the number of participants that would be in the program at any one time, the number of staff that would be associated, the type of supervision that would be provided, the means to mitigate any impact on neighboring properties. All of those points are required to be addressed. What my point is if they're intending to remove the domestic violence shelter use, which we are learning today, then what is the use? Because it's not a low-impact institutional neighborhood related. They've said they're not a church. A church is a permitted use in the R1 district.
They're allowing that use, right? They're allowing that type of use. Again, if you come in here and you say, I want a PUD and the base zoning is going to be C3 and I'm going to incorporate all the uses except for commercial lodging, right? You could build a cell phone sales place one day, turn around and build an auto repair place the next. That's because it follows the land. It doesn't follow the use today. So they could include a litany of uses that they don't intend to develop as a part of their project at the current time. It's just whether or not those use units are appropriate for this site.
And my question, Mr. Chairman, is what is the use unit that contemplates the proposed program that they're intending to implement on this property? It is not that they're establishing tiny homes that they're going to rent to come one and come all.
That's the R4. That's the use unit R4. So
that would be an R4 use, but that's not what they're contemplating. This is a transitory kind of housing that they're providing for persons who are participating in this program. Are they saying that the tiny homes are going to be available for rent by anyone in accordance with equal housing opportunity? Is that what they're saying? They're available for rent? They're clear. They've announced that they're going to be doing a program. We're trying to determine, and that's what we've asked them, what is the nature of the program so that it can be determined what would be the appropriate use unit classification for it to be assigned to. The mere fact that they're now saying, we're going to take out domestic violence shelter doesn't take away from the fact they're still intending to establish a program on this property. What is it now if they're not calling it domestic violence shelter? They have said some things about who they intend to provide these services to. At the meeting back in September, it raised some concern and anxiety among the residents because the concern was, well, what kind of security you're going to have in place? How are you going to provide for these people? How are you going to get transportation for them? There's no bus routes. that serve this area. The bus routes for Oklahoma City just go as far north as Quail Springs Mall. So there's a number of issues. What are you going to do with the children in terms of making sure their needs are met? So we've got a number of questions. In our view, it's not answered by them simply saying, well, we're going to remove that use now. So that would be the point
Kelly,
we would still make.
Can I just, while we're on that point, we didn't ask these exact same questions that Kelly's talking about when we just, to the property to the west of this neighborhood that we just zoned R4. We didn't say what are the standards that they're going to use for the apartments that they're going to put there. We didn't ask that question. So again, it's back to the chairman's point. Like, is R4 appropriate on this property? That's the question before us.
Although I agree with all this, I'm going to continue to play devil's advocate today. Tim, you did mention at the beginning of your discussion that there is, regardless of whether we pull out the domestic violence language, he talked about a program that serves people and serves a certain subset of people that have issues. And so
he did, and frankly, it's not relevant to. I'm not trying to speak for you. It shouldn't be relevant to you objectively if it's low impact institutional and it's this program or it's a a church program that would require that use unit to be used. It can't be relevant which one it is, right?
Yeah, I guess part of my point in bringing it up is I get the confusion and what are we talking about today? So all we can vote on, right, is what's put before us. Now they can say that they're doing some service for whoever, but if they take it out of the language of what we're reviewing, right, this is all we can review. And so I would think that they might run into trouble with their services if they move down the path that was originally intended.
And if they did,
you guys can complain about that and take them to court or do whatever.
They'll put Exhibit A, this hearing, and they'll say, we described to the Planning Commission that we're providing a program to these women. Well, they've said it today that that's what they're intending to do. Now, the question is, what is the use unit that it fits into? And Mr. Chairman, if your point is that you believe that it fits into the low-impact institutional neighborhood-related use, I would disagree with that. I don't think it fits into that. In the description of that use unit, it describes that as intermittent type of uses, such as a church. This is not going to be an intermittent use. They're intending to have an ongoing program that will have persons that will come and stay for some period of time. It's not been defined in these tiny homes. They're clearly not going to move people in and have them stay there permanently. That's not the objective. What is the length? What do they anticipate in terms of the transition and how many people are going to be moving in and out and how long will they be staying? Those are all reasonable questions that these neighborhoods are reasonably interested and concerned about. That's the decision you all are making when you approve this PUD.
But we don't ask that exact same question. We don't have that exact same line of questioning with the property that is just west of this exact same neighborhood that is being zoned R4. We already approved that. Yeah. And so if you're talking, I'm under the assumption that the people who we just approved, again, that R4 development is going to be apartments. Of course there's going to be people that are going to come and go. Of course there's going to be varying lease terms. That's anticipated by the fact that it's R4. So again, and I appreciate the fact that their stated purpose is to try to do some public good, but the challenge to me is I'm failing to see the difference between that and a church and the good that a church could do that we would allow in R1. And literally because they've chosen to not affiliate as a church, they don't get the benefit of that. If I were them, I would just go back and affiliate myself as a church, and I'd be allowed to have all of these same uses. And so that's something that we should also take into consideration too as we're having this conversation. So again, is R4 appropriate on this land, or is it not? And again, as we're taking that into consideration, we just voted that to the west of this exact same property, we are allowing that to happen.
There seems to, Mr. Pennington and Commissioners, there seems to be some relevance that you all are placing on this property that was just recently recommended for approval on Northwestern. I want to be clear about what happened with regard to that. That property was already zoned R4 under the existing PUD. So there wasn't a change from R1 to R4 in a PUD. It had previously been done years ago.
That's right.
To allow multifamily residential on that property. What these residents were told is that the change was being made in order to allow a 200-plus assisted living facility to be constructed on that property. So in terms of the suggestion that Mr. Johnson is making, well, where were they? How come they didn't oppose on that application? Well, they were given some information about what was to be constructed on that property. It was already zoned R4 multifamily, which would permit an apartment complex up to 36 dwelling units per acre under Oklahoma City's ordinances. So the suggestion that we haven't, responded appropriately or we're somehow being selective about who we're taking issue with, I don't think is a fair characterization.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, to Mr. Work's point, then I've been waiting to ask about density then. It doesn't matter to me what these people have done in the past, how long they're going to be there or any of that, I don't think. But density, somebody enough to help me, maybe, Chairman, is the density an issue if that we already approved was already R4? Yes, it's not. I'm trying to read in the staff report about density, I'm trying to read here about if the residential lot sizes are less than 60% of the directly adjacent residential lots, then we need mitigation measures, but I don't see if they are. I mean, they're small lots, aren't they? Are these separate lots? We're going to get a plat like we normally do in here. Somebody that's smarter than me needs to help. I might start over here first, but boil it down to me we've got neighbors this size, and now we're going to have little houses. So I need to understand in the little houses, regardless of who's going to live there.
I don't think a plat would be required because they're not going to be individually sold. So because it's contained within the PUD itself, what they've tried to do, what the applicant has tried to do is take a very defined area within a tract of the PUD and create an allowance for no more than 25 independent dwelling units. Well, because of the way those, just like a camper doesn't fall cleanly into anything except an RV park, right? The only way to get that allowed is to say we're going to make it R4. Well, what the applicant is trying to do without doing it, is telling the neighbors, we're not building 350 more apartment units. We're only going to build these 25, and it has to fit right here. The rest of it isn't allowed. You can't do it anywhere else within our PUD tract.
And so, if I understand then, so we don't have lots of a certain size that are 60% smaller. We don't have lots. Okay.
And to your point, though, about density, one of the things that I talked about with the applicant was that the standard sort of boilerplate open space language of 30% was dropped in. And I said, look, one of the ways I think you could bring peace of mind, if we're going to have a productive discussion, is increase that open space by a lot, by a large percentage, so that you can't build that much on the property, because you've got now what he's committed to, correct me if I'm wrong, is 75% open space on the development. So they can't build any more tiny homes outside of this little defined area that you see on the exhibit, and they can't build more than 25% of the available lot, so whatever the 15 acres is,
And to be clear, because that R4 use unit for this confined area is ancillary to the low impact institutional, if the property was sold to somebody else, they would have to come back if they wanted to then sell the tiny homes, let's say. Or,
yeah, absolutely. They can't.
They can't come back to us and get approval. It's not that if it was sold, somebody else could then come in and...
No, they cannot sell tiny house use unit number 1 out of this tract. No. And I guess I'm feeling a little bad for all these people that are sitting here that don't know what in the world we're talking about, because you guys don't have to do this every other Thursday, and I apologize. So to be crystal clear, does anyone, if JJ, somebody who's got a code book, I think it would be really helpful to read, I don't have mine with me, but what the low impact institutional, neighborhood-related, 8250.14 allows for.
I've got it from the internet.
Well done. Outstanding work.
8250.14, low-impact institutional, neighborhood-related, public, quasi-public, or private activities of an educational or religious nature which may have minor impact on surrounding uses and are occupied on an intermittent basis. Such uses are necessary to serve common functions within a residential area, but are not designed to provide lodging. Typical uses include elementary schools, kindergartens, and churches. And to the point, we added the multifamily in because this does not allow for the lodging component. And
so to your point, Mr. Work, and to sort of bring that to a close, here's what I would say. If they're doing something that operates outside of that use unit on the low-impact institutional, they probably have an issue. We can't decide that today. What we're deciding today is low-impact institutional appropriate for this area? That's the difference. We're having an argument about two different points. What they ultimately decide to do has to comply with what we approve. If it doesn't, anybody can bring forth that issue as a violation of the zoning ordinance.
I'll move on, Mr. Chairman, but I do want to just make the point. The low-impact institutional neighborhood-related, which is contemplating schools, churches, that's already a use permitted in R1. They wouldn't be here if that was the use that they were intending to make of this property. So they've got a program. We've asked them, tell us what it is. We think it should be considered as you're considering. They're going to certainly take, if they get an approval, that they've been approved for the program that they have in mind, but it's not been explained either to you or to us what that program is. But let me go on and just make the points that I want to make about the commercial uses, because I know it's been a long day and there are other persons who are wanting to speak on this application. The PUD, in our view, is also not appropriate based on the commercial uses that they are proposing to include as permitted uses on this property. It would allow the participant recreation and entertainment indoor use, that's the use unit classification 8300.55. That is a use that is permitted in only commercial districts. It's permitted in the neighborhood business district, C3, C4. It's a conditional use in C2. You'd have to meet certain conditions. It's not a use that's permitted in any residential district. They're seeking to allow that as a permitted use on this property. The code section, if you look at that particular use unit, the typical uses under that participant recreation and indoor use, this is how the examples that are listed under the zoning code: bowling alleys, billiard parlors, dance halls, gymnasiums, health clubs, skating rinks, and arcades. So it's a use unit that would allow a facility similar to the main event entertainment center, for example, that's on the north side of Kilpatrick Turnpike between Western and Penn. The PUD would also allow as a permitted use the participant recreation and entertainment outdoor use. That is another use that requires a special permit from the City Council. They're proposing, under the terms of the PUD, that it would be a permitted use on this 16 acres. Under that use unit, the typical uses that are identified as permitted uses or examples include driving ranges, miniature golf courses, batting cages, go-kart tracks, drive-in theaters, amusement parks. So the use that would be an example is Topgolf. Topgolf is an example of a participant recreation and entertainment use outdoor. So that is the kind of use that requires a special permit. There are specific standards under the ordinance that have to be met. It has to require individual review by the Planning Commission and Council to determine whether or not that is an appropriate use for a particular piece of property, given where it's located and what is around it. It would also allow, and this is what we understand they intend to do, at least in part, it would allow outdoor concerts with the associated lighting and amplified music. So facility like the zoo amphitheater would be an example of a participant entertainment and recreation use outdoor. That use is not...
I would note for the record on that point, we did receive a video. Someone had taken a video recording of what is I think it was a sound check for an event and sent that. I got that. I'm assuming other commissioners did as well. So,
all right.
I don't think I did.
Okay. Whoever sent that, I got it.
That participant recreation and entertainment outdoor use, if you're applying for a special permit for that use, it is only eligible in C3, C4, CCBD, the downtown district, and CHC, the highway commercial district, and AA. So if you're out in the country, it is not eligible in any residential district. So they're seeking permission to establish that use on this 16-acre property surrounded by these residential neighborhoods. And of course the concern is that those kinds of activities are going to have effects that are going to stray beyond the boundaries of this subject property, and they're going to create problems. We're going to have conflict with the surrounding residential homeowners. What they have said they are intending to do is they want to have an event center that would have both indoor and outdoor events. There is simply not enough separation between the subject property and the nearby residences for that to be compatible. Those are going to be incompatible. It's going to create a problem. There's going to be conflict if that is going to be allowed on this property. I mentioned the fact that we've got the Rushbrook properties to the west are at that lower elevation. The lighting, the noise is going to spill directly over into those people's homes. It is, in our view, just the range of uses that they are proposing to include as allowed uses within this PUD are also just internally incompatible in our view. They're proposing a combination that is ill-advised and impractical, and it suggests to us a lack of adequate planning, which of course raises our anxiety level about the problems that we're going to experience as neighboring property owners. These neighborhoods literally surround this 16-acre property, and there will be no getting away from the negative effects of the commercial uses that they're proposing to establish that on the property. So we request that you recommend denial of this PUD. I know there are a few of our group that would like to make some brief comments, and I think Rick Chu, if it's okay with the commissioner.
Before we even do that, I'd kind of like to take the pulse of my fellow commissioners and just sort of see where we are and see who we need to hear from. Where are you guys? What do you need to know to have the information to make a motion? What are your concerns? Who do you need to hear from? Because I'll just tell you, the outdoor recreation is a deal killer for me. I just can't do it.
So on that note, I hate to go back to Tim just yet, but I don't think we've heard enough explanation as to why it's needed. It seems to be, I don't understand yet how that goes with the tiny houses. If the assisted living over here wanted outdoor events for Wayne Newton, I would have voted no. But instead, I'm not sure why this center needs outdoor events and music and concerts. I don't yet understand it. So I hate to go back to Tim yet.
Well, but that's my point. I mean, I think the truth is what you have here is you have somebody who intends to use this property in a multitude of ways.
Right.
And the event center on its face is a standalone event center. It is not connected. There's no requirement that it only be for the group's specific events or something like that, right? Like how a church, a congregation uses a church building. This is not what this is. This is for rent. It's available. You could go rent it tomorrow. And I think, as it relates to the outdoor recreation, the big thing I hope everybody saw, and it's very evident too when you circulate these pictures, this property sets up a lot higher than this neighborhood does. And so everything, light, noise, is going to go a lot further into that neighborhood than it would if it were recessed, for example. And I'm trying to save everybody time. If there is a sense that we need to hear discussion or someone is, but I am not in favor of this application because of the event, and unless they're willing to get rid of the outdoor recreation, they're not going to get me there. I just can't get there because I was treated by Paycom to a Flow Rider concert in my office study, and while I appreciated not having to buy the ticket, I can understand why that's not something that you want to deal with every Friday and Saturday night. I can't do it.
And so we don't, Nick, we'll buy 1,000 cuts to Tim. Are there other things? Because I want to, you're going to go to his client and say, okay, Nick's outdoor events. And then
no, that's why I'm having this discussion right now, because that's the deal breaker for me. Where's everybody else out here?
There are going to be other things.
I'm curious, can you see in the backyards of these houses?
Yes.
Can you see there from the existing structure? So my question on that item would be, if the existing structures were there before the neighborhood, and you guys were concerned about views into your backyards, why didn't you take care of it? Because you were building next to a higher piece of land.
It was a house. Sure.
But they can see it, but they can see in your backyards, correct?
Whoa, time out. Nobody speaks unless you're at the microphone. Here's the deal on that. We have this conversation a lot. I'll just end it here. People will come in here all the time, and they'll say, that guy is going to build a 2-story house, and he's going to look in my backyard. And I'm going to say, yep, plant a tree. Because that's what happens in every neighborhood. You back up to houses, that's the way it works. No, that is a losing argument in here. I've never seen it go through. I'm not speaking for other commissioners. I'm just telling you I've never seen it. So it doesn't make any difference except that it's one thing to come up on a piece of property you're going to buy and you see a house sitting up there, right? And it's another thing entirely to see an event center with 200 cars out front. I know you agree, but let's not do that. I'm just trying to make the point to my community. There's a difference there, okay? And it's a difference that's valid.
And my question is not, we've got people that are very concerned about the event center. I'm going to let you guys handle that point. Mine's on really, so Tim comes up here and says, we're going to strike the event center, and we're just going to do the tiny houses. That doesn't answer the question of views in the backyards. That's why I wanted to address it.
You're right.
I agree. I don't think it's part of what we do here. I understand you guys might be concerned that people are going to look in your backyards. My point is they already can. So if you want to take care of that, that's something, frankly, that, plant the trees. And that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and I understand that point too. I think it's incumbent upon, and I've had this conversation, to be fair, I've had this conversation with Tim. It's on them to demonstrate that there is sufficient mitigation should we approve this proposal. But I think also, as Tim is preparing his response to all of these points that we are bringing, is there a way with the permitting process, if the property was not rezoned at all, could Beautiful Restoration just get a permit to do some of these various things as needed? Does that question make sense?
So continue with the special permits for events.
So if they wanted to have according to Kelly, like a concert wouldn't work, but individually for other individual things that they wanted to do, they could still.
I don't know the facts on that.
Okay, that's why I'm bringing that.
And
also
JJ's gone. I will tell you this. So I had an incident in my neighborhood where somebody did pull a noise permit to operate till 11. And it made the Flow Rider concert look like a trip to the neighborhood park. I mean, it was crazy. He's not since been issued another one. I think you can only get so many, and if you violate certain things, you're not eligible to have them reissued. They can be denied. So there's a lot more restrictions there than if you have an event center that's able to host those types of events by zoning code.
I have driven out to this site, and I agree. While I certainly support the mission of this organization, I think this project is not suited for this particular area, and I certainly can't support it.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Privet?
I also drove out there. As far as the seeing into the backyards and everything, it looked to me like you're going to have to get right up on the edge of that cliff, to look over. You walk over there and look at it. To me, where these little houses are going to be, it's going to be far enough where that's really not an issue, I don't think. If it was just tiny houses, we wouldn't be sitting up here talking about this. Yeah, the event center and concert thing, kind of hard to get by.
I agree. Tiny houses are great. Event center is not suitable for.
I'm Chairman, you're up to you, but since they had narrowed it, this is great sense that we've given them, so maybe they'd be a little short, but since they had narrowed it down to representatives, they all here all day, do we want to go ahead and, is that where you're headed, is to go ahead and let them? They came down, they have representatives, it's not all 300 plus of them, but maybe the first one or two or three can.
I'll be honest, the reason I wanted to check the pulse is because I get the sense from the votes I just counted that we don't even need to do that. And I'm trying to be respectful of the people. If it weren't going that direction, I would certainly not go that way, okay?
Right.
But I think letting Tim speak at this point makes sense, and let him have a chance to refute it, and then I think we can call for a vote if everybody's ready, and then if not, we can have other people speak. I don't know that anybody needs to.
I don't know that they need to, they just might want to.
And that's up to them. I mean,
future or whatever, I'll leave that to you, but might let them anyway.
Yeah. Tim, you want to respond for just a minute on some of the points we've just made?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several things. The uses that Kelly brought up, Mr. Work brought up, every one of those are related to the beautiful restoration, so they're not open. The retail use was necessary because they sell T-shirts and coffee cups and ball caps, and that could be limited to 50 square feet. The personal services use unit is for counseling. And that's limited to in square footage of the building. We've already read the intermediate neighborhood related. We are a church-like use. There is not a use unit that covers what we're trying to do. That's why we're in a PUD. That's why we're trying to add certain things and explain them the best we can. And we worked with the staff for weeks trying to tie them back as restrictive as possible. And that includes what Mr. Work read for the indoor and outdoor entertainment. Obviously, we're not going to build a main events center here, or the main event. And we did try to restrict those in the language, but that use unit is wide open. And until the code changes, we've restricted them to things like a wedding reception or a reception. At this point in time, the client is willing to remove the outdoor entertainment altogether. They would like to retain the indoor entertainment so they can utilize the mansion they've restored. In addition to that, we can agree to move have all the parking north and east of the mansion so that eliminates any potential parking or use near the property of Rushbrook on the west side. And a lot of these things are things that we asked to get from the neighbors, and we're just hearing, as Kelly used today, we're just hearing them today. To answer your question about the multifamily use, those are not for sale. There will not be a plat. And so that's why we would not have to do that. And we added the multifamily use, as we mentioned earlier, because transit is not, transitory use is not permitted in the one use unit we did select. And we further limited those to the ownership and use of beautiful restoration. They'll be built on foundations. We've given examples of what they want to look like, and it's very restrictive.
Tim, can I jump in and ask a question?
Sure.
On, and staff might be able to help with this one too. So if you own, so say I'm the owner and I own a single lot or tract really with a ton of tiny homes, I can have anybody I want live there, right?
Right.
But that changes if I'm renting them. At that point, wouldn't that be then subject to Fair Housing Act and whatnot? I mean, wouldn't it need to, almost by nature, need to be market rate at that point? I don't know how that works. That's what I'm asking.
I mean, it would be subject to any federal laws that apply to rental housing, yeah.
If it's rented? But why I'm asking is, like, I don't think going back to the vetting question, right? If they're rentals, as Mr. Work mentioned earlier, then I think, yeah, that opens up a lot of questions about who lives in these things. Because if you're renting them, anybody should be able to apply to rent in them, right? Isn't that kind of how that works? But if they're not rentals, is there anything that says, you know, if I own a house next door to me, can't I just have my mom move in? Or anybody else? Nobody can tell me that I can't, right?
Subject to the city's zoning requirements.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm literally clarifying for myself because I'm not sure, so I was just...
And can we add, I'm going to add another question now that we're hearing the changes that Tim is proposing. Is there any zoning issue as far as the construction of a parking lot? Couldn't they just construct a parking lot if they wanted to, even if it was, you know, R1? Do they need approval for that? I'm just curious.
Well, there's regulatory language in the base zoning, and a lot of times we talk about it in our spuds.
Yeah, so they need to, so if they, just to say we're going to add some more surface than what we had already, they need to include that in the PUD. Just
to add additional parking.
Okay.
So now, as long as it's associated, and JJ can correct me on this, if it's associated with a use, it doesn't really, there's the amount of parking, of course, that code applies to.
Tim, any other comments?
Sorry, I got off track. I'm looking through my notes, make sure what I missed. So back to the personal services or the retail sales, it is going to be limited to 50 square feet of area within their existing building. And that's to allow for the sale of items that they use as fundraisers. And again, that use unit is restricted back to beautiful restoration, as are all the other uses that we pointed out, with the exception of the indoor entertainment.
Okay. Now, Kelly, I can see that you're skeptical of where this is heading to some degree.
Well, no, I have a question about, well, go ahead and finish, make your point. No.
My question is going to be, now, he's further making concessions that seem to answer a lot of the questions that have come up. If he's striking the use unit, I know you're like, well, based on the operations that we've heard, how can they operate, right? Because this seems to change a lot of things. But we can't really necessarily vet that. We have to vet the underlying zoning. And so, although I know you're skeptical, my question is going to be, is there any amount of concession that will get us to a compromise where everybody can approve? Or is the reality here that the neighbors that have come, and it's okay if so, but is the reality that they just don't want to see this use next door, period? Because if that's the case, that kind of changes the conversation. So I just want to know, is there any amount of provision that would get us to everybody being happy?
I think it's possible, certainly.
You can speak for your clients, obviously.
Yes. But just with respect to, there are now several changes that are being suggested with respect to this PUD that we're first hearing about today.
I get that. We had this conversation.
It's just not reasonable.
I know, and Tim had this conversation, and what started to frustrate me is what we're going down the path of is going to be a continuance, right? Because we're starting to litigate this thing all anew, and I have to tell you, I have equal frustration because I heard from both sides. Well, the other side didn't call. They wouldn't meet. They wouldn't do this. They wouldn't do that. So that the public, that you guys aren't here every day and understand this, if a developer came in here, if Tim came in here and he said, no, I didn't meet with the neighbors, we would literally run him out of here. We wouldn't even hear it, because there's an expectation there that they get in front of the neighborhood and try and have these discussions and this dialogue. If neighbors choose not to engage in that process, I have the same lack of sympathy for them. So all I'm saying is, if we continue this thing, it is going to be incumbent before it comes back that a meeting takes place, because you've heard it here now. There will be no excuses, because it's not fair to all of you and to us to sit here and litigate a case like this that's not ripe to be heard. There's all these things going on and concessions that are being made. There's a point where you say, I'm not willing to do that. We need to know what that is. And there's a point where these folks are going to say, we're not there either. Then we can make a decision. It doesn't feel to me like we're there yet. Again, I can't speak for other commissioners here, but that's how I feel is we're going to start going down these other paths, and this is not the place to do that.
And Tim, before you speak, to add to that, we have, during the course of this meeting, it's complicated things, but we've had a lot of concessions and a lot of revisions by the applicant to try to get language that will make this okay with the comments that he's heard. What we want to see, or what I want to see for sure, is I want to see good faith from the other side. So if we continue this, and you guys go out and have a meeting after this, they need to hear what will allow them to perform the functions that they want to perform and make you guys happy. If that's just not possible, then don't waste their time or our time. That's it.
Just one brief comment. Not to litigate this further, because I kind of get a sense that we're likely going to be deferred and be talking some more, which we're certainly open and willing to do. And we had indicated to the applicant on November 27 that we were willing to meet again, and it was their decision to proceed to the hearing today. But there are some comments that Mr. Johnson has made about what the PUD does provide, and there are a number of those that I would take issue with. So we don't necessarily agree with the characterization of what it does provide today without considering the changes. So that is something we can have some further discussion about.
Sounds to me like there needs to be another meeting. Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Chairman,
but with that, I mean, I'm going to open it up to hear from some neighbors. So I've got a list of people that are signed up to speak. At this point, again, we've heard about all the issues and we understand them. If there are comments about what we've just discussed, I think this is the appropriate time for that. So,
Mr. Chairman, can I respond? So we asked for a meeting for probably 6 months continuously. And not only us, but the City Council's office sent email after email after email to try and get a meeting set. We finally met the Monday before Thanksgiving. Kamal, Nikki Nice, Debbie Martin, Kelly Work, and a representative from one of the neighbors, myself. And Mr. Work was asked to provide items from the neighborhood that they could show us that we could consider to make changes. Of the 20-plus items in Mr. Work's letter, only 2 of them dealt with things that could be revised. The rest of them dealt with everything you guys talked about earlier. I'll be happy to provide a copy of our response to that letter. Council office has it. So to say that we've tried, on behalf of my client, we tried to meet. We showed up at a meeting that got canceled that we didn't know it got canceled, and there was 15 of us. And so we tried a lot to get, and I'm responding now to the things I'm hearing today for the first time, that things that they'd like to see changed or things that they'd like to see defined differently. None of that was presented in the letter. And so I think, out of fairness to our application, we've been doing this since August. We have tried and tried and tried. I think with the concessions we've given today, we may be at the end. You know, if they say, well, you know, paint the grass green, we go spray it green, you know, things like that. But major issues, I think we've whittled this down as far as we can whittle it and still be able to do what they intend to do.
Okay, well, that's what I needed to hear. So with that, if there's an HOA person here present that can speak on behalf of the group, I'd love to hear from that person if there's concern or that. Is that you? Is that? Okay, well, come on up and give your name and address for the record. You've only been here all day.
Just to clarify one point, with respect to Rushbrook, as I had mentioned, Mr. Chairman, yesterday, the president of the HOA is actually still the developer. So
yes, you may. Yeah.
So there are representatives from Rushbrook, but they're not the officer of the HOA. So we've tried to limit that.
Got it.
Thank you. My name is Rick Chu. 18529 Heritage Run Road. I think I'd like to say what I do for a living also, because and then explain how our organization got created and some of the difficulties with it, so that you understand these claims by Mr. Johnson and bad faith on our part from a little different perspective. First of all, I've enjoyed the afternoon. I'm a professor at UCO of humanities and philosophy. I've enjoyed listening to your vocabulary. You guys speak an interesting and obviously well-educated language. I have a JD. I was a trial lawyer for 25 years. Went back and did a PhD in philosophy. I've been teaching for pushing 21 years. I couldn't follow parts of the detail. I think I've got an educational background that if anybody could pick this up on the spur of the moment who's not familiar with your language, I'm sure educationally I'm supposed to qualify to do that. You guys were moving the ball pretty fast in here. I've got a general flow of what you were trying to cover. The details of some of it, I'd sure like to sit down and think about a while. I had on my list of things to do initially was to make what I think is a well-deserved apology to you in your reference to the email issues. Part of our problem is that Rushbrook has got about 246 homes. It's an 80-acre subdivision. It is not quite through the process. The developer has sold all the lots, but has not released the HOA. We've inquired of the developer, and that will be at least January, I think. I don't know whether that's for tax purposes or whatever else, but it's not going to happen before that. We've been operating with what feels like 19th century tools without emails, addresses, or anything that would be normal to an HOA unit. When we first went to the meeting, I think I've heard this story probably 20 times by different people that I've talked to since. I've heard people repeat the statement that they came there with an open mind. Till we just dropped this abusive domestic violence center, we've got several police officers who have a background involved in working with domestic violence centers. We've got a former prosecutor who she used to work with a domestic violence referral agency, and so on. When they literally lit up our group response-wise when they suggested that they were going to have a domestic violence center, and then Mr. Johnson goes on and does a 3-minute shot on Channel 9 describing the location of where these abused women are going to be. Our group went viral, not as a group on purpose, but for that thing that you don't do in a domestic violence center is advertise where these victims of abuse are going to be located and where the abusers can find them. I came here today with a couple of pages of notes in reference to the domestic violence issue, because I thought the internal inconsistency of what was happening on this piece of property would never survive a review for a domestic violence center, for a licensing. You don't put women there and put them in isolated units by themselves and then bring men onto the property. That's not how the domestic violence centers in Oklahoma City and Edmond work. And we've spent uncounted time which it appears now that we've wasted, coming to talk to you guys about that very thing, because it wasn't a planning issue for us or in the language you guys speak of. It was simply for my neighbors, something that they felt was highly inappropriate to do, to mix those kinds of uses and put women at that kind of risk, demonstrated the very absence of planning, and didn't go publicly on TV and tell people where those abused women were going to be located, is, to me, illogical and unpardonable. The good news, I suppose, if you're asking for good faith, is that story that people kept saying in our group. I went there with an open mind. I contribute to abused women's programs all the time. We have one of our supporters who's left an abusive family and has spent her life donating to those types of causes. I can't imagine that an appropriate program couldn't raise an awful lot of money in our community. And so that issue, I think we're possibly open to it if we say we didn't just change the name of how we're going to house these women or how we're going to securely protect these women, because the rating for how they were going to secure or protect those women was 0 out of a possible 100. It was a non-existent plan. So the other issues then, I think, are, if you, as I walked in out here and we saw this advertisement out there that said the city's priorities, we noted that number 3 was promote safe, secure, and thriving neighborhoods. Rushbrook is becoming exactly that. I think it's almost a poster child for the city's idea of what it is to produce a safe and secure and thriving neighborhood, or at least it was until about 2 or 3 months ago, when sales in that remaining property just dropped off the market, when people started saying, I'm sorry, I'm backing out of this contract for sale. My wife's a real estate agent. She's lost 4 clients in the course of the last 2 or 3 weeks. We're not complaining about the money she makes as a commission. We're trying to simply, that's nothing by comparison of that quick a change in the potential of property values for the people who are trying to do exactly what you said that the city prioritizes. So I don't think you could design, if I looked at this figure up here, I don't think you could have designed this as we've looked at it to be more intrusive to a neighborhood. All the new construction up in this area is scooted close to the fences of neighbors to look down into their backyards. All the parking was over there. So there's definitely at least going to be some people who are interested in hearing the fact that, oh, wow, they've all of a sudden decided they're not going to shine lights in their kids' bedroom windows, and they're not going to play music that wakes them up at 11 o'clock at night. This is a young group. I'm one of the old guys. That's probably why I'm up here speaking. So I think that's a possibility. The lack of good faith comes to this particular point. I was starting to apologize to you in your point about the emails. We sent out a letter to, and finally got the HOA to say, would they send it out for us? We made at least that amount of progress. And when we did, we said, let's make sure that everybody treats the planning commissioners with respect and stays close to land use issues, and so we listed the land use issues that had most often been talked and asked our neighbors to write on those particular issues and give their own personal takes. Obviously, that communication apparently didn't go well, and some just simply took our descriptions of the land use areas, and those ended up as a form email. Our intent was to do exactly the opposite, and in doing that, we certainly did mean to take up your time with a form protest.
Mr. Chu, we all volunteered to sit up here, and getting your emails is a part of that job, so you don't owe us an apology for that.
Yeah, but we took away from you also the chance to interact with people's actual descriptions of why they didn't do it, so we didn't do a very good job communicating on our part.
I got more emails from your neighborhood than anybody else ever, so it was pretty effective.
Thank you. In case you think this is kind of an ad-lib thing, and I'm trying to quickly run over my mind what I would want to talk about, everything in my notes here went out the window when in the last few minutes. I think what I want to say is I think there's some possible way that this could be, given that initial area, could be constructed. I don't think we have a closed mind to that, or people wouldn't have been continually saying we support any kind of activity that supports abused women, for sure. That's high on all our priority list. We didn't talk about the tiny homes because I think it was obvious that tiny homes would never survive a licensing permit. They do, again, absolutely the opposite thing you would do in a domestic shelter, and that's provide security, and you don't put abused women out alone in a house where there isn't an observer or another woman, a security guard or someone close to that. So when I walked in here today, I thought there's no use to even talk about the tiny homes issues. I think there's evidence about tiny homes that we could produce for you that shows that the crime rates are up in at least one or more situations, if that's activity you're interested in.
I'd be interested in it.
Okay.
I don't know that it's going to get back to us in a period, especially if Tim's asking for a decision today. But
right, I'm just saying. I came here for a basketball game, and all of a sudden we're playing football, and I didn't bring pads or anything else. I'm pretty unprepared on behalf of a group to respond. But particularly as to the tiny homes issue, Norman has. We've seen, and I think could provide for you, a review of the crime rates in Norman around tiny home units there that raise a question, at least for us. We don't claim to be experts about it. But if you're interested in that, we're happy to bring that to the table also. It has not been a priority. Excuse me, I didn't.
No, I was going to say, to me, I'd love to hear from the commissioners. I really think we're headed to a continuance here. That's what I think. And because I think that it has to be that unless you ask for an up or down vote, which I don't think is going to be favorable given what you've heard, Tim, is that if there are things that this stuff is supposed to take place outside of this hall, right? And then people come in here and they say, we can't get to an agreement, and then we vote. But we've gone back and forth here on a lot of these issues. If it's just a no-go, no matter what, then what's the point? But I really think that discussion needs to get had in a way that's meaningful, because what usually happens is we have a meeting like this where a bunch of neighbors come in on an issue, then we force them to go meet again, then they come back and there's about 2 of them, right? Instead of a whole hall of people, because it's essentially been settled out. They know we know where they stand, and we know what the issues are. It's not that we're not aware of the issues.
Well, and I do want to quibble with that a little bit, because I think the incidents where those don't happen, right, is they come in and they still are totally against the project because they were against the uses from the beginning. And so that's why I asked that one question. If there's no chance that this audience is ever going to accept the mission of this group, then let's have our vote today, because there's no point in waiting.
I think the issue is that they're not going to be unified on that. We're not going to.
Yeah, you can't. They can't. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the
fine,
problem.
That's fine.
There are, just real quick, there are many, if not most, of the protesters who are very sympathetic to the mission, very much appreciated that. I think we all know that, and we know you are. Unfortunately, I hope we also made clear at the outset, both Scott and Asa, that we're not going to, on that basis alone, deny that no people in those settings can't be near people not in those settings. So appreciate you're sympathetic, and you're hoping it'll be somewhere else. You're hoping there's other ways, but instead, hopefully the mitigating factors, hopefully the well played by Tim to have dropped the specific domestic violence shelter. It's all new information coming back and forth. Hopefully with some other changes. The Outdoor Events Center, hopefully, I don't think they're ever going to address every issue with the fact that they've admitted, which we appreciate, who's going to be there. That's actually good for the public. We know, but it's not going to change that we're going to vote on other issues. So I hope when you guys meet, you can find a way to, well, anyway.
Well, Mr. Chu, I've got a couple people that are simply insisting to be heard. So I'd like to call forward. If you've got your hand up and you want to speak on behalf of the group back there, go right ahead. But you need to come all the way up to the microphone, please, and give us your name and address for the record. Mr. Chu, thank you for coming down.
As she comes up, I know you've said that you feel like I'm probably alone on an island right now, but based on what I've heard and the concessions made, I am currently leaning in favor of approval. And so I just want, I know you said seems like everybody's leaning the other way. I don't have a problem with the uses as stated so far, so just putting it in the air.
My name is Madison Clark. I live in Rushbrook. Actually, I back directly up to the property. I'm not going to go into any details. You guys know how I feel about the property. I sent my email. I covered my basis. Kelly's definitely covered it as well. I was just going to give a little input with regards to the continuance today. Also, I did not prepare to speak. There was a little bit of a hang-up in the beginning after the initial meeting because it was very hostile. It was not a good meeting. There was a lot of arguing, going back and forth. The community kind of stepped away from it at that point. I will say, though, we met with Kelly, we met with you guys before Thanksgiving. We were asked to submit a specific list of our concerns. We did that. I believe it was submitted, it was before Thanksgiving, so November 25th, I think is when we sent it over. I just have to make sure that you guys are aware that Mr. Johnson did send Mr. Work back an email that specifically says on December 4th, last, we do not see any benefit in meeting again due to the lack of movement to the middle with your letter. So with that being said, we would have met again before this meeting. We didn't want to waste you guys' time. We would have, tried to further communicate with them beforehand, and I think that some of these issues could have been resolved. So I just want to make sure that you guys don't think that's on us. I don't think a continuance is appropriate today. That's just all I ask, is that the vote be heard today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll let her speak, and then if you want to say something, that's totally fine.
Hi, my name's Carla Chu. I live at 18529 Heritage Run Road, and I have been a realtor and worked for one of the builders, actually two different builders in that subdivision. I sold and designed the very first house that went in there, and until 2 weeks ago, Monday, I retired. And so I've probably sold 55% of that neighborhood. And Mr. Johnson made a comment in one of our deals that we were elitists in our neighborhood. So when you start getting comments fed back to you like that, and all the rudeness, one of the gentlemen that just left when I was at the September meeting got in my face like this. So some of us were somewhat intimidated. I heard about it the day before that meeting. I had one of my elderly ladies who just passed away this last week who was real concerned about being that close to this, because what we were told originally, let's see, we've gone through women that are coming out of jail on drug and alcohol rehab, and then we went into, I can't remember what the second thing was. There's been 3 or 4 different situations. So I have lost 4 sales, and I've had 2 clients that were under contract in the midst of designing their homes, and another builder had a move-in ready home ready, and they found out about it 2 weeks into their contract, and they walked away. So what's happening is people are going to start putting their houses up because we don't really know what's going on. I have a picture here of a fire that was going on about 70, 80 feet, I don't know how to measure, behind one of the homes. You can see the fence right there of one of the people who happens to have 3 children there. There is nothing that is being told to us is true. So how do we know they're not going to go back in and put drug and alcohol rehab people? People don't want to live along there because they're scared somebody's going to break in. It's just craziness. And in our first phase, there's 3 phases in that neighborhood. In phase 1, the houses sold for $16 to $18 a square foot. In phase 2, it went from $21 to $26 a square foot. And in the last phase, 100, I'm sorry. And in phase 3, they're at $136 to $145 a square foot. And I have watched, some of them have already left, and most of them couldn't be here because it takes both husband and wife to work, and they have kids to pick up after school. But there are probably 400 to 500 children in that neighborhood. And on Halloween night, I cried because it was fantastic. I mean, people had their lights on, and kids were everywhere. You couldn't even drive in the neighborhood. And people are going to have to worry about their children, worry about people breaking in. They have the parking lot right over where the lights, yes, you put up a fence, but you know yourself, the stockade fence shrinks. And you're going to have lights going in there. You're going to have lights going into their bonus rooms. This doesn't make any sense to do this. We were told originally that they were turning it into a, was it with governor that lived in there? What am I trying to say, guys? The what? Right, but there's just so many things that we've been told. We don't know what's real. And these fires, I was going to work in our model home, and I smelled it. And I drove over there, and if you can see how the wind's blowing, it's a very windy neighborhood. And there was one guy out there with a shovel, and I called the fire department. I didn't call the 911. I called the main office, and I said, somebody's got a fire. So the fire marshal came over, and then next we know, the fire truck came over and put the fire out. And do you know, 2 or 3 hours later, they were burning it again? And then they had a concert not too long, and they started another one. How can we have fires in our neighborhood this close to home? It's scary. So, you're going to be in bed asleep, and it catches on fire. I'm just really frustrated for all these young people who own these homes. And what's going to happen is they're going to put them up for sale. They're not going to sell because we're losing sales. And then they're going to reduce the price on their homes. And then these guys that go in and buy the investment homes are going to buy them. And the neighbor's going to deteriorate because they don't take care of them. And that's a lot of money for all these young people to lose. And I just hope you guys follow the thing that you guys say is that you promote safe, secure, and I can't read my thriving neighborhoods, because that's what Rushbrook is. It is a dynamite neighborhood, and everybody is sweet to everybody. Everybody helps. Everybody takes care of everybody. It's wonderful, and this is destroying our neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Chu.
I'd just love to speak just real quick on that part, because I live in a great neighborhood. I love where I live. I have a halfway house next door to me. I have Palomar services within a block. Does everybody know what Palomar is? Because they're receiving maps for money. I mean, to me, whenever we think about services like this and we say, it doesn't belong near me, that's in my interpretation, that's a little bit discriminatory. I can't go there. I don't care what these guys do. All I'm saying is, to me, it is immaterial the past of the people that might live in these places.
Guys, this is exactly why we don't need to be in this area. We're treading in an area we don't need to be in. This is not a conversation that the zoning commission, the planning and zoning commission needs to have. I'm sorry. Like, I get it. We understand the concern about property values. We understand the concern about safety. We get it. I promise we get it. But we don't need to talk about the occupants or anything else anymore. It's not something we need to talk about. Do you have something you'd like to add?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'm Casey Reyes, 1875 Hidden Hill Terrace, and I thank you guys for your time. This is, I know, a bit of your time, but this is long years ahead of us, and we honestly are exhausted. It has been very difficult to work with Johnson & Associates. We hired an attorney on our own for that reason. We as a neighborhood do not want a continuance. We're not interested in trying to make this work. I don't see how that could be best use of value if they took away everything minus the tiny homes for their purpose. I think the property in itself, better tax dollars are better spent in other ways. We had a PUD that was recent that didn't get accepted for, additional residential. I think that there's undeniably, certainly better ways that we could be using this property if we took away everything that they've proposed and just had the tiny homes and left. I don't see how that is best use, and I don't see how we're going to come to an agreement on anything else.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, could we just amongst ourselves decide, can we do either a series of votes, or I think we've heard enough.
I agree with you. I agree with you that we've heard enough. Honestly, I do, because I think we all understand the issues. Yeah. What I would say is, at this point, while the neighborhood may not want a continuance, and I respect that, there's two sides to that, and the other side of that is the applicant's side of that, and we have to be respectful of both sides. That is our stead. That is our obligation here. So it does not sound to me like you're going to reach an agreement. Right. From the people that are in this room. And I will tell you, as the application stands today, even with the removal of the outdoor recreation, I cannot get there on this one. That's where I'm at. Just candidly, I cannot get there. So if anybody else has a comment on this, I'd love.
I hesitate, but I want to ask one thing. If you wouldn't mind asking, maybe it's a show of hands or whatever, if there are first protesters who are interested in having a discussion, because we've heard from some who don't want to have any further discussion. And if anybody from the applicant, if they are, not the representatives, but the actual nice-looking folks that I believe are the applicant, if they're interested in further discussion, I'd kind of like to know if there are people who think it could be molded into something that could be passed. It's sounding like no, which I'm surprised. There's usually not people that just stand here and say, we don't want to talk anymore.
It's rare.
It is rare. So if there are, maybe if you could ask one side and the other, if they're
happy to do that.
People in the audience who are interested in further discussion.
I have a feeling there's a bit
themselves.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's a bit of a consensus on the issue.
I'm not part of the Stepfords. I'm not part of the Stepfords. I'm not part of the lawyer or the.
Can you give us your name and address at least real quick?
Eric Schramm, 801 Northwest 186th. I live in Rushbrook, great little neighborhood. Okay. I came in, I only heard about this 2 days ago. I couldn't believe it. From what I heard, I made sure I got here at 12:30, an hour early, in case that's happened earlier. From what I heard here today, there's a number of concerns that I have. They have some concerns as well. But my perspective today, after listening to what Tim said, I think there are concessions and there can be a middle ground. So I am one of the guys in the neighborhood that believes there is a middle ground. I'm sorry, but I am that guy. And I would like to continue talking.
Yeah, appreciate it.
And I wonder if there's others.
Yeah.
I wonder if Tim wants to continue the conversation in the applicant.
On behalf of the applicant, I think that what we would like to do is do what is best for our application, obviously. I would recommend or request that we take a continuance to the January meeting, allow us to make all the changes we've asked for today, clear up the document, get it back to Kelly and any other interested neighbors. We've sent out changes on this document 4 different times since October, and to the neighborhood names that we had. And then when Kelly got engaged, anything that we had, we sent to Kelly. The comment about my letter, the things in Kelly's letter, and I'll provide it to all of you, really didn't have anything that we could negotiate with. And so on council, we said that we were told you probably should just go ahead and be heard because there was nothing there. And so now we've heard some things today. As he's mentioned, we've made some changes. I would like to clear the record by making the changes in writing, get them to the staff, have them reviewed, and change their report if they need to, and come back to you on January.
I'm sort of in favor of that because here's the other thing too, and this is really the point that Commissioner LaForge is making, is that there are people that have an opinion about this that aren't in this room, that live in the neighborhood, that are not going to know what happened, that need to see a final thing for their voice to be heard. I got a lot of emails from people who said, look, I can't be there, but here's my perspective on this. And it's not really fair to them. This is just the reason we do things the way we do them is because a finished application is the best way to hear it. And it's very clear, at least to me, it has been clear for 45 minutes. This is not a finished application, and it does not make sense for us to sit here and try and litigate it out because we're not going to appease the people in this room, and that's not our job. Frankly, it's not our job. It's not our job to do it for the applicant. It's not our job to do it for protestants. Our job is to decide if it's an appropriate use, and we don't know what we have. Those are the facts to me. So I don't want to, believe me, nobody here wants to continue up here. Nobody wants to continue this either, I promise. And I know that that's frustrating because you guys had to spend your afternoon here with us too, and I respect that. I do, and I understand. I think the right thing to do is to continue the application. That's what I'm promoting. I'm advocating for this at this point. I think we continue the application under the following conditions. There must be a meeting. Kelly, there's got to be a meeting. Tim, there's got to be a meeting. It has to, no, please don't come back in here on January the 9th having not had this meeting. And if it needs to be the 23rd to ensure that we have that meeting, so be it. But have that meeting. As far as I'm concerned, the event space in general, I just don't think I'm going to get there. I just don't think I'm going to get there. And I'll tell you why. We have plenty of applications where they come in and one off the corner, right? We had the step-down conversation. This thing is so deep inside this neighborhood, and it just encircles it. You're not going to get me there. I cannot get there on this one for that reason alone. That's just where I'm at on it. The other things I don't really have an issue with at this moment. The reuse of the structure, the small amount of retail, I didn't care. I didn't have a problem with the copy shop, frankly, except our traffic circulation discussion we had on the phone. That was my concern because I've screwed that up a couple of times already. But I don't have a problem other than that. That's where I'm at on it. That's my feedback to you, and that's my feedback to the neighbors as to where I am on the issue.
And if we're going to go there, if that's the way we're headed, and I think that's going to be the best, rather than both sides rather than hiring a mediator, instead if I may give you just some free advice you may not want, which is for both the protesters to go into it with an open mind. We actually know Tim's up here a lot, and we think he's somewhat reasonable. We believe you if it's been contentious. But go into it with an open mind and know that the applicants do mean well. I know you know that, but try to see if there's a middle ground. And also for the applicants to go into it, I don't think these neighbors are bad people either. I think, yes, you're trying to go do a good mission, but don't put yourself up here. There are also neighbors that have real issues. So if you'll both trying to go into it with an open mind, if we're going to continue it, we hope that it could all come together. If it doesn't, and you're back here and you haven't come to an agreement, and whether it was personalities or with a mission or whatever it was, so be it. But we would hope that it could go well.
We're going to vote next time because we'll have all the evidence then, and it's going to be real clear if there's not a middle ground there, if the neighbors haven't coalesced around something, if there's a room full of people here again, I can tell you where we're headed, I think. So, Commissioner Pennington, anything you want to add on this? This is your...
Is there consensus? If it's possible for there to be changes between, suppose that a recommendation is made, if there is possible for there to be changes between this time and the 6 weeks, I guess, before the City Council hears it, I think that would be more productive. I honestly do.
Make a motion.
Because I don't know that I don't know that more conversations are going to be any more effective. And maybe I'm being just a little too cynical.
I don't know that they are either, but I know that we've dramatically changed an application right here. And on the horseshoe, we've dramatically changed it, and that to me means there's a lot of people that are not here that deserve to know what's going on. But if you have a motion you want to make, that is within your purview.
I'm going to move first off of a recommendation of no recommendation to the city council so that it just goes to the city council. Okay.
Motion fails for lack of a second.
A recommendation of do not pass.
So a recommendation of denial?
Of denial.
Recommendation of denial.
Yes. Is that even a... And just for the sake of the audience, if that recommendation is made, it still goes before the city council.
Okay. So you're making a recommendation
I'm just saying
to deny.
that just so that, okay,
is there a recommendation to deny?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to deny the application. Please cast your votes.
Now, can we be clear about what the votes mean?
Yeah, so we made a motion to deny. So a green is for denial, a red is not. So you're voting to deny it by voting green. And it is
Not enough.
split. So it does not carry. So this is why 45 minutes ago I tried to say we need to have this other meeting because we need to know that it's a finished application. And that will give all of us comfort that we're making a decision based on having accurate information in front of us. So again, I apologize to you guys. I do, because I know it's frustrating, but this is the right thing to do. It just is, to get it right. So if there's no...
So finally, I move that this application be continued to the January 9th.
I don't think I...
Second.
Mr. Chairman, before you vote on that, I think realistically, excuse me, Tim, you've got to put this a second meeting in January in order to allow the opportunity to have happen.
That's what I said. Do you want the 9th to the 23rd?
The later meeting in January.
So we have agreement on the 23rd.
You've got the holidays, and nothing's going to happen during the holidays.
So, Mr. Chairman, I amend my motion to be January 23rd.
We have an amended motion to continue the application to January 23rd. I have a second. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. And it is continued to January the 23rd.
Mr. Chairman, one comment. As of right now, we have one lady that volunteered from the neighborhood that we have continuously sent information to and never received anything back. So like all the comments that you've said you've got in emails, we've received none of those. We do have Kelly now as a contact, which we're happy to work through, but I don't know that that speaks to all the other neighbors. So they would be doing themselves a favor if they would take the information on our PUD and send us an email, and we'll send it back. We'll send them the information.
You got some volunteers.
Yeah.
Hi, that's me.
Yes, she was our volunteer.
Because we left this chaotic, insane meeting.
Can you please come to the microphone? Sorry.
I did not plan to speak today. I was leaving that to the professionals, so I apologize to be unprepared. Hi, my name is Courtney Bonhoeffer, and I live in Rushbrook, 18512. I did agree, so after the meeting, the first open house meeting where we all went in with an open mind, trying to determine what actually is happening here, because most of the neighborhood wasn't even notified. Luckily, we have a Facebook neighborhood page. The word spread. We went from there. So everyone's kind of in an uproar. The meeting ends. Everyone's leaving. And I look around and I realize we don't have an HOA president. There's no one here that's going to manage this. So I went up to these gentlemen. I gave my name and I said, look, for right now, let me be the individual that you can communicate with. Because my concern was they had lots of email addresses. If it goes to 25 different people, that's not what you want. You want to funnel it through one person. So they sent me the revised PUD a week or two later. I think it was about a week and a half. And then, in the meantime, the group here, we tried to get together to find out, what are we doing? What does this mean? We didn't even know what the ordinances mean. I mean, you guys know they have all this terminology. You know what it means, 856 point whatever. We had to go and do all the research onto all the ordinances. I didn't respond because we were trying to figure out what to do next. We had no HOA. It wasn't because I didn't respect them. It was because we were just trying to figure out our next move. And in the meantime, quickly we realized we're not equipped to handle this. None of us are zoning specialists, or we handle that legal matter like Mr. Works. So we quickly then said we need to hire someone. Then we moved on to interviewing lawyers, trying to collect funds, because remember, we don't have an HOA. And then at that point, once we got him retained, then he reached out to the applicant.
Yeah,
And so it wasn't done with any misguidance or me to be mean. It was because we simply just didn't know what was going on.
I may suggest, I think it may have been circumstantial because just maybe the way it evolved, maybe because of the lack of an HOA, maybe because of whatever. We usually see whether it's Tim or a lot of others that represent their clients here, often it's usually, and Mr. Work as well, that it's usually not that convoluted. So I do think if you start over with an open mind, I do think some of that logistical, circumstantial, maybe there was some heated moments. I believe you guys, but I think if you start over, it's usually much smoother, so I think you guys can hopefully get there. And
I just wanted to clarify, I wasn't doing it intentionally.
Sure.
I just didn't feel the need to go back and talk about anything specifically because we didn't have a group consensus yet. We didn't have a lawyer. We didn't have anything at that point. And so for me to go back and forth, it wasn't fair for me to negotiate with you guys either and not take everyone else's considerations and feelings into respect of those. So
At this point, it's clear there's a coalition of communication going on.
yeah, I believe so. You communicate with Mr. Work correctly and he back with you. And so I think now we're clear, but at the beginning, it was chaos. And it was completely knew what was going on because we're not experts.
I understand.
You know, we all have normal jobs. We all have full-time jobs. You know, I'm not a stay-at-home wife. You know, I work full-time. So all of us have been trying to do figure this out and research this on our own free time of a weekend and of an evening. And it has taken a lot of time. She mentioned we were tired. We're exhausted. We want this done just as much as the applicant and everyone else. So
I get it.
I thank you for your time.
We've continued the item till January 23rd.
Okay.
You guys hopefully can exchange information. Mr. Work, I'm sure you and Mr. Johnson can coordinate a meeting and make sure people are aware of it. And I appreciate it. And again, I hate that we had to continue the item, but it was ultimately the right decision here today. So with that, the items, what's the next item on our agenda at this point?
Item 29 is an application to rezone 1308 North Pennsylvania Avenue from SPUD 65 to SPUD 1173.
And I will be stunned if that applicant is still here. Is the applicant here, again, just to make sure it was item 29, right?
Number 29.
73? Seeing that, I think we just make a motion to continue the item to January the 9th.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second to continue SPD 1173 to January 9th. Cast your votes. And it is continued. That's the last individual item. Additional items, I'm guessing there are none. I'm going to skip to the end here. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn. And we are adjourned except for Matt.
Somebody wants to
Matt, you stay here as much as you want, buddy.
Matt?